Oh, I think my earphones died. Everyone went quiet. Sorry.
Turn up the volume. Pump up the volume. Pump up the volume. Pump up the volume. Mars, Mars, Mars.
There we go. Sorry if I was saying anything when my headphones died. It seems.
Wow, everyone has headphones that die. I'm glad I don't use headphones at all.
Oh no? You just have a laptop speaker?
Yep.
Somehow I don't have trouble with headphones or headsets dying. I mean, my headphones are still good after all these years.
That's awesome, Nadia.
I think it's the Bluetooth ones that fail.
Here are my
Bluetooth.
headphones.
Oh, you see,
They still work.
I want to get like a Bluetooth or some kind of wireless mic that I can plug into my laptop so I can record like audio note, like type notes as I record it and sync it. Like when I'm doing.
If you're talking about music and shit, your best bet is to go with a USB audio.
No, it's not for music. It's like if I have to record a lecture, right, and I want to plug one end in my laptop or maybe just sync it by Bluetooth, right, so I can put it up on the podium and then sit wherever. You know, that would be really handy. But still be able to operate it and hear it from my my laptop. That's what I want. But I haven't seen it. I haven't seen anything online that could do that.
Is anybody watching Q&A on these things?
Bluetooth has a limited range anyway, but I don't know how big the lecture halls you sit in are. But,
oh no, like no bigger,
like about 30 meters maximum.
Yeah, like not even that far, really. Just maybe like even 10
that's
meters.
Ideal conditions is 30 meters.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like I'm
going to get considerably less.
Yeah, no, I'm imagining that this would be maybe 10 meters away at the most. Like, you know, I get pretty close to the podium, but you can't awkwardly sit right in front of it and just, you know, looks.
Of course, if people are not chiming during the lecture, a simple directional mic will do.
You know, that might be a better solution than, you know, just sort of do that. But the only problem is that my laptop, it has a shared audio and like mic and line out.
Well, then, like I said, you can also get USB audio.
Would be a better idea then.
Although usually USB audio is used because it's more specialized, like you can get 24-bit recording at 96 kilohertz, which is something that would be ideal for professional musicians.
Yeah, the Logitech H800 is this thing that I use, and it is Bluetooth, and I find it does quite well. Jeff Keller and some other guy, I can't remember the name of, have these, and they actually recommend using the RF dongle instead of the Bluetooth, but even so, we get higher quality audio through the RF dongle. Even so, well, you can hear the results right here now. Bear with me while I turn it on, switch over to that device.
Hello.
Hi, Lulu, or Lilo, or Lo.
Lulu.
There's too many vowels in there. You have to pick one.
Okay. So do you hear me now? Wait, we were on Bluetooth. This is
Wave with the fingers if you can heareth us.
Yeah, you were gonna.
This is the Bluetooth headset, Logitech H800.
No, I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Well, hopefully.
I agree with you, Ralph. It was better, and the audio was better on whatever you were using before.
That was a laptop built-in mic. I
Yeah,
suppose the. I mean, you take some small hit to quality for, reduction in ambient noise and something actually next to your mouth when
And
you're
a little straw.
away from. Excuse me. Something next to your mouth while you're physically away from the actual terminal and such.
Oh, now that's handy though, isn't it? Like that's certainly really handy.
Oh, it would be if I had a room that was big enough for it to make a difference. Or an apartment.
Yeah.
I used to in New York. You saw it.
Yeah, I remember that apartment. And your roommate's girlfriend, she had an animal, a pet feline that you never fed.
Stank of the place like shit. Oh my god.
They didn't clean the litter box, did they?
Yeah, when I started estrogen, I could actually smell it.
Did you love the cat?
No, it was an animal and stank up the place with shit.
Did he never come and seek out affection from you?
I have no idea if it was male or female, and I didn't want it around me.
Oh.
I didn't want it getting fur on my clothes either.
You didn't want to snuggle with the cat?
No.
No.
They let it into my room and let it get fur on my clothes.
Oh, poor kitty. I love cats, I think they're the best.
Oddly enough, I'm allergic to cats.
That's not odd, it's quite common, it seems.
Taking in those roommates was a huge mistake.
They were unwanted, those roommates.
I'm never going to speak to them again, so
How do you feel about that?
I'm ready to forget them.
Sometimes
in New York, I don't need to remember them.
You also lived in Parsippany, New Jersey for a time, did you not?
I wouldn't call it living there.
You were temporarily staying there in a rather tenuous housing situation at a local motel that had cereal in the breakfast room.
Yeah.
Daniel, have you been doing a biography on Nadia?
I just remember things people tell me about their lives.
Shit.
Nadia has been to Florida.
Yeah, that was an unhappy time.
When is Florida not an unhappy time?
In the winter.
In the winter. Oh yeah, when you need somewhere warm to go.
Maybe when I'm not stacking up with guys out of desperation to get out of homelessness, and then.
Don't you have a grandfather who lives in Florida?
Somewhere, but I don't know where.
I found him, I think. He lives in Winter Haven.
Yeah, Fort Lauderdale actually outlawed homelessness.
I'm sure they built houses for everybody, so that.
No, they don't build houses. They kick them out.
Well.
They literally kick them out of Fort Lauderdale.
They're assholes.
What does kick them out mean? What does kick them out mean?
Yeah, I'd like a definition of that.
They basically drive you out, drop you off outside of the city after some term.
That does not sound legal.
Well, let's see, they've made it illegal to hang out. I mean, let's see, what have they done? They've
What's it about
they've got
feeding
special park
restrictions?
benches that you can't lie down on. Trying to
But they
remember
do.
if Fort Lauderdale has connection to the beach or not, but they.
Well, I mean,
No,
there's already an understood solution to homelessness, and it's called prisons.
Well, that's generally what is done in the U.S. I think it's like.
Jim!
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
for all
Florida.
time, put you on a tuna boat and send you out and dump you in the Atlantic.
At least you get to see the ocean. Oh.
Yeah, for as long as you can swim.
Yeah, you get a nice ocean view and
Yeah,
see the sky.
360-degree ocean view.
Yeah, how could you not like that?
Because below the Gulf Stream, the water gets very, very, very cold.
Oh, it's a little hot out there anyway. It might even things out a bit, So Fort Lauderdale is on the beach. They have a beach at Fort Lauderdale.
Yes, I do. Yes.
Yeah,
I
it looks
think
like.
they're hostile to spring breakers, too.
I've never.
Wilton Manors, not Fort Lauderdale proper, but anyway.
You were in Wilton Manors. Yeah, I've never had a desire to go visit Florida. It's never crossed my mind as something I've wanted to do ever.
Don't bother. It's not worth going to.
Oh, it's so far, right? Like, and I don't know. I don't hear many.
Reed is a butcher. Well, not that you'd visit
Who?
SRS surgeon. Reed is a butcher.
The governor?
The
No.
governator?
The SRS surgeon in Miami.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know who that is.
I can find you a webpage for his practice. Hang on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wouldn't mind some Doritos now, like the cheesy kind. Ooh, those are good.
The spicy nacho Doritos. Those are good.
I haven't tried those. I don't think we have them here.
The salsa verde ones are really good too.
No, I think I'm in a different market than you.
Am I just known for Doritos now? Like, what's the deal?
No, you said you were eating them, that's all.
Yeah, I was. That's all I've heard for like ever.
Oh.
Doritos.
I was just trying to make the conversation. I was trying to make it about you.
Salsa verde Doritos are delicious.
I have to try those then.
It's a green bag. They're so good.
Are they like really like hot and spicy then?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that would be good.
So good.
Yeah.
No, I don't think
An SRS surgeon.
Oh.
An SRS surgeon. The title of whose webpage reads "Sex Change Operation and Penis Enlargement" is not reputable.
Oh my gosh, his website does not look reputable.
Oh my.
Based in Miami. Okay, there's the first strike against him.
Bienvenido a Miami.
That's an old song.
That's a great song.
It was pretty good.
That Will Smith, though.
Well, it reminds me of, it might be the best thing about Miami then. Oh.
Yeah, the trick is, of course, he's offering what he offers. He's offering what he offers. He's offering what he offers. Our price is intended to be competitive with Thailand or supporting it basically.
Oh
So
my God.
The like 15 grand or whatever, it's probably up to like 18 or 20 now, but is
click this link now.
Right.
So what is
so
he?
the main
Is
thing
he
is
like?
the main thing is that
Oh.
you don't dare actually go with it because, well, he'll butcher you.
So he's like the Earl Shives of sex change.
They're not called sex change. It's called general reconstruction, sex reassignment, similar.
Yeah, but one has fewer syllables than the other.
Oh my gosh. He just
We're
puts it
not
all out
changing
there.
our sexes.
Yeah. Earl
We're not
shot.
changing. We're not changing our sexes.
Oh, that's true.
The neurology is taken as authoritative, right? And from there, correction of the bodily defects is, alignment. Sometimes even called gender confirmation. GCS is one of the abbreviations used by reputable sources.
There's
Like
not-
Christine McGinn calls hers gender confirmation surgery.
Oh, that's a new term to use for SRS?
It's one of the new ones that's been floated around.
I like it.
Genital reconstruction surgery, GRS,
Yeah.
has been used as well.
Oh.
Sometimes also is gender reassignment surgery that's floated around, I think, in the UK.
Oh.
No, we use that here too. Gender reassignment surgery.
Maybe it's Canada, it's not the UK.
It could be. Sometimes we use some of the stuff they say in the UK. We use here too. It's kind of a mix.
There's no hope of my ever getting into that.
You could make it to Canada with your skills as a Unix coder. You could probably get in, no question.
You think I haven't been trying for 20 years?
I don't know the market well, to be honest with you, but I do know that a lot of the people who are coming from the United States that I know have gone through the getting a job in the computer programming field, especially game development.
You only see lottery winners. The hundreds of thousands who all get denied sitting back in the U.S., you're not hearing a word from.
Well, not many of them, for sure.
It's a lottery. But it's a lottery, and you have quite a strong selection bias in your sampling.
Well, I'm sure that's true.
Well, you're only seeing the ones that made it across the border and got the surgery, right? You're not seeing the ones.
The people who
you're not seeing.
Yeah.
You're not seeing anything. How many failures there are for success and so on. And it's tens of thousands.
No, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that.
I mean, every trans woman who wants it at all is desperately trying to get into any of the countries that cover it in their national health insurance programs.
Which is pretty much all of them.
That's a good million in the U.S.
Really, that much? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, they cover the actual surgery, but they don't do the aftercare. When if you go to Montreal, you have to stay in a hotel and pay for it. There's no aftercare because they don't do that. Like it's not cool. It's how it's done right now. Like because people here have to fly over there, and you can get the surgery itself covered, but can you pay for all the other stuff? And a lot of the time, the answer is no.
I know, but the other part is 1 out of every 333, or 0.3%. Well, compared to U.S. population of 330 million, or a million of us.
There's about 33 million people in Canada.
Right, so there's 100,000 trans women in Canada, barring the immigrants.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
10% of the U.S. population.
Well, I think the studies show it's closer to 5, I believe, of population. 5% is gay. Like it's around there. Here, I think the studies show it's anywhere between 2 and 5, probably.
Canada's population is about 10% the size of the U.S. population.
That's right.
We already did the math and
Yeah.
figured it out. Gay is clearly not applicable to the question. I mean, is trans women seeking out sex reassignment surgery.
Yeah, we don't have any numbers on gender identity right now, which is because we don't have gender identity or sexual orientation questions on the census, so we can't record that data. We don't have, good census data, which is unfortunate because a lot of the issues that arise, the healthcare needs faced by gay, lesbian, and transgender people are not going to be addressed.
0.3%.
There's no data.
Lynn Conway's estimates.
It'd be great if
Let's just take a shot.
census.
Lynn Conway's estimates have held up over time.
Sorry, I think I might have been talking over people because my voice died again.
Lynn Conway's estimates of 0.3% have held up over time. Yeah, and so it's still 0.3%.
It's a very small percentage, yeah.
I mean, if you threw $1 billion at me or something, I could fix my face, my voice. I don't know, give me a pair of tits. Go down below. And then they run out of steam. My hands, my feet, my shoulders.
You can get
My
all
height.
sorts of stuff done,
Excuse me. My hands, my feet, my shoulders, my hips, my height. None of it can be fixed.
Yeah, science is amazing.
I said none of it can be fixed.
Oh, okay. Let's just get shoulder pads or something like to. Oh, no, you want to do the reverse. You can do that with clothes. You can do it with clothes. Like you can make yourself look.
No, you can't. And the fact of the matter is, there's, well, tens of thousands of dollars for every surgery sitting between me and the surgery that I will never get in my lifetime.
That sucks. You know?
That means I will never get the surgeries in my lifetime. I will die tormented by my body to have it my whole life.
I think your grandpa.
It'll just drag on.
I think your grandpa passed away.
So what? I'm disinherited.
Oh, no, sorry. False alarm.
It doesn't matter. I'm disinherited.
And
in fact, the expectation is my own parents will both outlive both me and my sister. So.
Well, that's sensible from their perspective, I guess. I mean, they get to keep all their money. I don't think they were very kind to you.
There is no more work anymore, Balthazar, and that's why they're not buying.
You have to try. I don't get this. You have so much qualification. People don't want you as a person. They examine you as a person. They want your work. They want your work. That's how it is.
I don't have so much qualification.
Ask someone who has a company. They don't want your person. They want your work.
I don't have so much qualification. I only have a bachelor's degree. My work history has been shit.
You should get something with a bachelor's degree.
I know people with less than bachelor.
I don't have any degree and I still
my
got
work history.
jobs.
My work
A
history.
friend of mine, he studied by me. He's Scandinavistic. He got the job here in Trondheim.
My work history has been shit the past 6 years. And I only have a bachelor's degree. No one's interested across the pond, and they haven't been for the past 20 years. And I have been trying across the pond. Yeah. Arbeitssuche. Yeah, I know that keyword already. I've been looking in Germany.
Yes, I'm sad to say that your grandfather did pass away, Nadia.
Okay, so what?
I I found his obituary in September. He passed away. He was 87.
What's the point of life if it's no challenges in it? You just get things. What's the point of life if there are not one single challenge? I don't get it.
What's the point of life if all you're doing?
Yeah, if there is no challenges
in
in it,
life?
what is
What's
that for
the
life?
point
It's like
What's the
it's
point
a
of
kind
life?
of vegetable or what?
What's the point of life
Yeah,
if all there is?
life
What's
has
the
some
point of
challenges.
life?
That's interesting.
What's the point of life? What's the point of life if all you get is getting beaten down? If all you're doing is suffering. Quality of experience is not in terms of challenge at all. And there are plenty enough challenges of non-lethal natures. Plenty enough challenges. Not who just don't have penalties or quote unquote defeat or and such on the order of such horrendous suffering. Take on irrespective of any of these ridiculous notions, right-wing notions about this hell on earth, all against all bullshit. Well, okay, I put my feet down and I'm still beaten down. I'm still thrown out of this bedbug-ridden piece of shit, and I don't appreciate the false narratives. I don't appreciate the whole raciality or captain of your destiny, pull yourself up by your bootstraps garbage. I don't appreciate the mentalizing, moralizing, minimizing, blaming the victim.
Nadia, I sent you a link in a private message.
Yeah, it's probably him. In 6 months, I will be dead and gone. Yeah, that sounds like the guy. Well,
I think they would let me into Europe as a visitor, but I don't think I would want to go through the process of emigrating overseas. It would be a pain to move my credenza.
That is one of the strangest reasons I've heard for not moving. The credenza.
Well, yeah, I just don't know why I would move so far away. It would be a pain to move all my things over and start a new life overseas. I'm just not that adventurous. And I love where I live too, so I just couldn't abide leaving.
See, when my family moved back to the U.S., it took, I think, close to 6 months for the furniture to follow, because it was on a different boat.
Oh, wow.
And although the real killer was the escrow on the house, when my dad sold the house, the British pound was $2.40. When escrow finally cleared, The British pound had dropped to $1.60.
Uh-oh. Well, that sucks. I've always
Yeah,
wanted to visit. I've always wanted to visit England. It would be nice. I have family there, of course, and I would want to visit a lot of friends I grew up with have moved to the UK, and I could visit them. Make a really nice visit. And I'd be closer to the Queen. She doesn't come to Canada anymore.
well, maybe she just got sick of airlifting her Range Rover.
Oh, no, 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 we didn't do. She's the Queen of Canada, right? So she doesn't bring her vehicles over. She's our head of state. We drive her around. We have special cars for her and so forth. It's very nice when she comes. It's really nice. But she's kind of given up on long haul journeys because of her advanced age, of course. She's now, oh geez, 88, right? So she's slowing down a bit. But on the good news is her children and grandchildren have really stepped up to the plate. So whereas at one point you might have received a visit from the Queen, you now receive one from the Prince of Wales or the Duke of Cambridge, which is nice, but still not as good as the sovereign.
Prince Charles is such a wet bag.
I think he'll be a good king, and I think he really does feel a strong desire to do right by his people and his countries. I like him. I like him.
Yeah, Balthazar, fatalism is fully general, not specific to situations or individuals.
I think you should talk to Baltasar. He seems to know his stuff.
I would
He's
dispute quite a number of
he's offering
I would dispute quite a number of the ideas he's advancing.
I don't know, he's offering specific action for something, and I think that's something you could take him up on, even if it goes nowhere. I
Action
think.
like what? I've already done a lot of things.
Well, he's saying that if you send an email address to him, he'll help you with a first application. I think that's awesome.
He never said that. Oh, okay. After
I'm projecting. I think it would be awesome, but.
You do realize that I'm in poor enough health. I can barely walk, never mind work.
Don't they have like good food in Europe? They would get you into a health.
What do you think food matters?
Oh.
Endocrinology and at this point nephrology are a bit more important than diet. And
I think
the biggest strain on diet is having the calorie and carb counts to calculate the dosage. That's
yeah.
Well, avoiding malnutrition too, maybe. But that's
No,
that's not a specific concern to me. It's just general.
Did I tell you I was in Ottawa? I was in Ottawa
Okay.
back in November.
You guys are all over the place.
Well, it's the capital of Canada, you see, and I had to do some research at the National Library, and it was a very interesting trip.
Okay, so I'm an endocrinological basket case. I'm suspected to have what's called polyglandular autoimmune syndrome type 3A. This is my immune system attacking multiple glands like my thyroid and my pancreas. at the very least, there's a combination of hypothyroidism and type 1. So,
Do we have?
furthermore, the loss of the gonads has added another point of failure in terms of delivery medication and so on, and is pretty disruptive whenever, at least to my hormonal balances, and causes ketoacidosis such when there are interruptions in the supply of those hormones too.
Right.
So that's kind of an endocrinological nightmare. It is not a matter. Endocrinological nightmare, yes. So the main thing is nothing other that has to do with diet.
Oh. What is this word? Endocrinological?
Endocrinological.
Yeah, I can't say it. I certainly couldn't spell it. What does...
Repeat after me. Endo.
Endo.
Chrono.
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 Crin.
Crin.
Okay. Endocrino. Go again.
Endocrino.
Endocrino. Okay. Logical. Endocrino. Okay. Do it faster. Endocrinological. Endocrino.
Crino.
Logical.
That's...
Alright. Alright, faster this time.
No, this is right.
Alright. Faster.
I'm not enjoying it. I am not enjoying this.
Come on, keep doing it. Faster.
No,
Endo? No, faster. Endo?
No.
Nadia does speech therapy, hangout number 1.
Okay. Endocrinological.
The endocrine system. Just look up the endocrine system and you'll see what she's talking about.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, someone just blasphemed in here. We'll have to do an e-prayer.
Oh my god, no way.
Don't.
I need to clean. That's really bad.
Someone blasphemed the name of the Lord.
No, I'm leaving.
Why?
It's probably late.
No, I'm tired. I'm drunk.
Probably late where you are.
No, it's 11. No, wait, it's 12:37.
I'm not drunk enough.
But
I haven't slept much this weekend. It's been a little crazy, and I'm tired. I'm at a job interview today. Woo, woo, woo. I'm tired, though, most of all. I forgot I was in here. Hi, guys.
Oh my gosh! Don't leave the camera. Don't leave the camera on when you're like forgetting that it's on, because then you might show the world something you didn't want.
I heard you guys talking, but I just didn't even. Wow.
There was nothing of
You think I should try?
coming from me.
Do you think I should try a call-in show like Tommy Sotomayor?
Is this Hangout on air? Oh shit, it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn. Sorry for being drunk, people of the YouTubes and stuff.
I think worse things have been.
My bad.
There's no shame in that.
I wasn't talking, right?
Okay, the train is rolling off the rails again.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think you're right.
I'm sure you're all lovely.
I think so.
I think so.
Thank you. I take that as a compliment.
I remember you from a minute ago. I know Nadia. I like Nadia. I remember when we used to take shots together.
That's so cool.
Nadia probably doesn't remember.
Yeah, you should ask.
But that's okay. I remember.
Was I still in New York?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nadia was also temporarily resident of the great state of New Jersey.
Oh.
Not really. But...
Parsippany.
I had
No,
no.
but
I had
nobody
no.
wants to actually claim New Jersey. That's fine. I get it.
New Jersey is not a great state.
The trouble is, I had no actual lease or property ownership, whatever.
Oh.
You were at a motel and you made a fun birthday video in it that I used to have linked to on my website, and I still do, but it says this video is now private, and it makes me sad because I like that.
I changed it to unlisted.
Thank you. You're great.
Yeah, you asked already. I already changed it.
Oh, I appreciate that, Nadia. Thank you. A nice person. I think you're a nice person.
I think she's a nice person too.
Yeah. Well, that's two of us for sure.
For sure. Woo woo.
Are you? You said you're. If it's 12:37 where you are, then we're in the same time zone because it's just at that hour here.
Yeah. Where are you?
Vancouver in British
Oh,
Columbia.
you're Canadian. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, now I really have to go. No, I'm just kidding.
Canadian, eh?
I'm in SoCal.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
It's like the drought there.
Yeah.
I got water.
A little bit.
I got water.
I love water.
It's good for you.
Water is good for the soul.
I think so. I think
It's also good for this desert that I live in.
I went to Los Angeles once, and I found the town to be rather dirty and overcrowded everywhere.
No, it depends on what part of Los Angeles you're in. If it's dirty, but yeah, it is crowded. It's not all dirty though.
Everywhere, like I went to, where it was like a public place, like the street, the stores, and really anywhere where there was public, where I went, I found it to be very dirty. Like everywhere I went, like there was garbage everywhere. Like
That's unfortunate. There are really nice parts of Los Angeles.
Oh, I mean, I don't doubt it. It's one of the largest cities in so many ways. But I should preface that by I went to the tourist places. So like Santa Monica Pier area.
Santa Monica's pretty dirty, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought
It's
so.
very famous, but it's not the cleanest beach of beaches.
But I was still, in spite of that, I was kind of in awe of Los Angeles because, we grow up in popular culture, we see movies, TV, and so much of that is produced there, it takes place there. It's such a storied place, and everywhere I was looking, I was saying, I recognize that from movie X. And that was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, a lot of stuff is filmed here in Vancouver, but, I mean, Los Angeles is just way more iconic.
For sure.
I would love to go back for a visit someday, actually. I think there's more to see. Nadia is an honest person, and she does have courage, I think. I love that. You'll likely find my CV an incomprehensible barrage of technical jargon. It's like her LinkedIn ID, when you go on her LinkedIn page. Nadia, you're really talented with your ability to write words down.
I suppose so. I don't know. You might also see my. I actually made a recent just talk video where I just deliver some kind of lecture or something. And
yeah, let me just check this for you. Help us. Oh, I saw this.
yeah, it's only about half an hour versus 8 hours for my usual.
We need to do a Kickstarter to get you like a really nice camera, so you can like make really good videos about things that are on your mind and the futility of life and how everything is hopeless. Because I think there is a niche for that, in the sense that so many people do this cult of positive thing, and it would be great to have one person on YouTube who is like the queen of despair and negativity, I suppose, because there's a place for all things.
All things but me.
No.
That sounded so complimentary.
I see. People are recommending I get a domain name.
Yeah.
What do you think of? What do you think of this one?
You know, you can get .lgbt domains now. You can.
I've not heard of it, but
Actually, I kind of like .nyc. That's cool.
yeah, don't say it.
No, I like that. I mean, I like it. I actually did a story. It is too long, but you are known on the internet as that quite widely, and yeah, they're a generic domain. They're putting those out now, and .lgbt just went online actually last week, so I wouldn't mind having a .lgbt domain. That'd be cool.
Okay, well, let me see.
Oh,
Got 2 domains in my cart.
LGBT.
.lgbt.
For like lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, it's sort of an umbrella term to use to describe the wider gay and lesbian communities. Oh no worries. It's common in like the Anglosphere and English-speaking countries.
Okay, so I can get those 2 for like $80. Or okay, $100. So.
Oh hey Con, look my cat. Hi Con, what are you doing? Oh look, my cat.
Okay, the mystery of the lost cat has been solved.
He's here, and there he is in that picture too.
Okay, so explain to me what advantage getting these domains would actually help with.
I think it'd be cool.
Right now, there's no immediate advantage as far as I can tell, because of the time frame it takes to build up a following and such.
Someone actually had an explanation of the dynamics of how it helped build YouTube viewership and such, and I don't know exactly. You may have to represent her on behalf of the people who actually do any of this stuff. But
with my website, I don't know if I have much of a following, but I do get a lot of just random Google hits. Like I'll write about something that someone's looking up, and I tend to score high on search results for those things. So they may not come back to my website, but they found something there that they were interested in, and that's cool.
yeah, so
Currently, I've got people trying to log in as admin to my WordPress so that they can hijack my site.
Yeah, I've got a...
It's almost all my traffic.
Really? Who's doing it, do you know?
It's a global phenomenon.
Yeah, my web host or whatever, they have a block for that. So I have to go through 2 protocols or whatever to get onto edit.
You think I could raise $100 to register the domains and somehow get them hosted?
Yeah. Oh, I forgot my cat. Do you see the cat?
I can't really put more into it. I can't really put more into it willy-nilly without cutting into next month's phone bill.
So,
I think in your current situation, you want to hold off on buying domains and such.
it might not be the most urgent of purchases.
Well, in principle, if it can earn me money somehow.
That's right.
Maybe you're offering, lottery odds, long shots, left and right. Why is this one so much less worthy? Especially given that it doesn't rely on mobility that I don't have.
True.
It's basically.
Well, it eats into your finite cash supply, whereas others just eat into your finite time supply.
Well, how is this less worthy piece of cash than anything else?
I'm hungry, but there's like nothing I want to eat in the kitchen. It's all like food I don't want.
Thanks for telling me about the LGBT domain.
Now, yeah.
Definitely .nyc and .lgbt are in my thoughts at this point.
.nyc would be cool because you've got obviously the NYC initials your name, right? So I like that. Or how
but lifeofnadia.nyc would be cool.
Or maybe if you could see if Nadia.nyc is available, that would be even cooler if it's still.
Yeah,
That would be neat. I want something to eat.
I can kind of sort of absorb it. I'd come in maybe 20, 30 under minimum payment for next month. But there's, I think a few bucks in the pipeline on PayPal. So I have new messages in the communication center for my bank. Statements and documents, new. Okay, just statement for February. How's my phone bill doing? I'm currently signed in.
I know, what was it, Rob?
Woo!
Rob, what's his name?
Rob Lane.
Was very enthusiastic about the idea, but I remember the next day I was asking what had happened of it, and he said it was shot down due to your immediate housing crisis. So,
yeah, I can. With what's in the pipeline on PayPal, I should be able to.
And you've already
absorb the hit for the domain. I should be able to absorb the hit for domain registration. Just have to get the hosting going, and I don't know who can do the hosting or web monkeying. Web monkeying being the primary issue. Because I really fucking suck as a web monkey. Hi, Slim Jim.
Well, what you do, you don't have to do WebMonkey stuff. You just get a good CMS system like WordPress or Drupal or something, and That
I
way
have
you
no
don't
idea.
have to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those
I
are
have no
things
idea
you
what you're
start
talking about.
finding out about once you get your web hosting.
I use WordPress, but I really want to do a redesign because my current look for my website was designed in 2008 or 9, I think, and it's time to give it a new look.
All right. What do you think, guys? Should I shoot the moon with the domains?
Or
Should you what?
Should I grab the domains or not?
I'm kind of hesitant.
I don't understand the question.
When I'm hesitant, I usually go with no. I'm risk adverse.
I'm cold. Cold now. I found some pasta in the fridge that I made for dinner. So I'm just gonna eat this as a midnight snack. It's quite good. I made it.
How you feeling tonight, Nadia?
Well, I slept in the mid-afternoon to early evening, so okay.
She's feeling great. Woo woo. Yeah yeah. Come on, Nadia.
I am doing it anyway.
Right on. Glad to hear that stuff.
Domain parking is pretty common, but I don't know how useful it is. Although, in my case, it let me keep... There was a period of time where I did have to park, because I couldn't do anything with it. But since I've had it since 1997, I mean, it wasn't one I wanted to give up.
No, I'm quite attached to my domain, and I would be sad to let it go. I've had it so long. And it's nice, just to have your own little space on the web, right? That isn't part of a social network, or it's your own little domain to do with what you like. And I think less and less of the internet is becoming something that we have a lot of control over, right? And
Okay, there's a New York City presence requirement for .nyc domains.
oh, just use your old address.
That sucks. Now, ICANN is rather strict about that shit.
Oh, ICANN actually will deal with the domain people. I thought they were like more hands off.
They want, technically you're not supposed to even have an anonymous domain, but there are people that will do anonymizing for you.
Yeah.
But what they're doing is they're acting as the technical, administrative, and whatever contact, and just forward shit onto you. But ICANN rules requires that you have current contact information and whatnot. So I think the anonymization services are a sort of quasi-legal workaround. Although it's no point for me to get into anonymizing because archive.org already has my domain information archived. So you can just look up from there, so there's no point in anonymizing in my case. Plus you pay extra for it, so it doesn't matter.
Oh my god, I found my old website on the web archive recently, like from the 90s, and had lost the original files for that. So I was delighted to get that old stuff back. It was cool.
Yeah, they don't have all my stuff. I restored some of my old site, but I didn't have all that stuff either because at the time I backed things up, I just simply didn't have enough disk space.
Okay. Looks like I am going with .lgbt alone because I don't qualify for NYC. That's just a fucking shame. Cause
That would have been cool. See if you could just get your first name .lgbt. That would be sweet.
okay.
Well, I kind of remember it was such a big deal when they came out with .info and .biz and a few others. Now top-level domains are springing up all over the place.
Yeah, they launched their generic program in 2012, and pretty much any word now will be a domain, and they'll be able to do non-English strings as well, which is sweet. Or non-Roman letters. Bon nuit.
It'll be pretty.
Ubuntu's Whois doesn't know the .lgbt TLD.
Oh.
You sure that's not your DNS provider as your ISP?
What?
You sure that's not your ISP? It's been a while since I've worked at a internet service provider myself, but there's like a certain order by which the domains are resolved to an IP address.
Yeah, it's not going to have DNS until, well, there's hosting.
That sucks. Oh man, I hate it when I find something I like on Craigslist and then it says it's out of town. Because there sure
Oh,
are.
it says it's already taken. Domain registry information.
Yeah?
Image Q2JMQ. Okay.
Yeah, I personally would want a more stable situation before.
Oh, before you would go up.
Well, only one of the two. I'm not even going to drop below where the money for next month's phone bill and PayPal's. So there's the Whois for my, I guess, vanity domain.
Yep, I still call mine a vanity domain. I'm a .com, but whatever.
That's okay. I have a .ca domain. It's just my first name .ca, and
well, Canada's TLD is CA, so.
That's right. It used to be you could get a domain that was like province.ca, so it could be, you know, .bc.ca. Every province and territory had its .ca and then .whatever, but then the registry for the .ca domain got rid of that, and that made me sad. So they're accepting no new registrations for province.ca. I'm sad.
Admin email, tech email, registrant email. Okay. So, account settings, products and services. Weird. Technical contacts. Account holder. Accounts and contacts. Account holder, primary contact.
I want to get a nice couch.
Those contacts. See what editing does. Let's go both.
They are snapping these one. I don't really need another domain. I've got one. I don't need to get another one.
I don't know where it's finding my old email address here and here.
Network Solutions already has it in their database using your Gmail address.
I should be.
Is that who you registered with?
Yeah.
Okay, that would explain that.
You're quite knowledgeable about these things.
Well, you can actually see the registrant information, and in that you see me.
Oh.
Yeah, and you've also got WLI at youknowwhat.org.
Kernel.org, yeah.
Okay, I
doesn't work
wasn't
anymore.
sure if you wanted to keep that private or not.
Yeah, it's long since been defunct.
And it looks like you're using your New York address for this.
Yeah, I don't know why that's happening. I don't know why that's happening either. But in any event, all the relevant stuff that's outdated or wrong. I can't actually find who is contact information. Like, there's a bunch of web forms you can go through to change your contact information on network solutions, like account management website, whatever, or web page. And it all says it's up-to-date information. It doesn't have the old information I see there.
Well, it wants you to be you.
It wants me to be me? What?
That is, they want to know it's you that's changing your contact information. Like your polyharmy or whatever. God, I'm terrible with names.
Boot that tramp, Nadia.
Yeah, I'm talking about verification purposes. Like, you know, if you go to edit your domain name information, there's usually a login of some sort. Mind you, they're saying the information is as is, so they've got a little disclaimer there. So 2015-02-18 at 5:34 Zulu, or 9:05:34 Zulu, updated and creation date. And you've got it for a year.
Yeah, so now how do I get it hosted, and who do I beg the web monkey for me?
Yeah, that's... Well, that's one of the reasons why I was suggesting holding off. But, let's see, I'm using GoDaddy. They have cPanel. I'm sure there are people who would have other opinions on servers, but somebody who uses cPanel, I guess you can just Google. See, I used web hosting pad before, although they weren't brilliant. What GoDaddy has is currently a major improvement. The problem is, it's the packages like that I have is, what was it? 260 divided by 7. I'm trying to remember what package I got.
I have no idea what you're on about.
Yeah, I'm actually only paying like a little over $4 a month for the web hosting. Does Network Solutions not offer hosting? Or are they offering it at a ridiculous rate?
They do offer it. It's not ridiculous. I think it's like $10 a month instead of $4.
Because if they use cPanel, well, shit. Why should I ask? I should just go over there. Okay. Do it myself website package has a free domain name already. Interesting.
That's nice.
I'm lost.
Wow.
Or use your current domain. Okay. Powerful website builder, blah, blah, blah. Eh. The thing I liked about the cPanel thing is you don't need to know diddly squat about setting up a website, because it's you get your hosting, they set up your directories and shit for you. You have a public HTML directory. You can either do your own WebMonkey stuff or install applications like WordPress, for example. And you'll want like a security plugin or two.
Yeah, I think we bored away both the viewers
SSL,
and
unfortunately.
the participants.
Oh, sorry.
It looks like we bored away both the viewers and the participants.
You should be able, though, to configure what you've got to just point over at your channel, the preferred channel on YouTube. It'll just do a straight-up redirect. And you should be able to do a mail redirect to your Gmail account.
Yeah,
Hopefully that's...
Don't know how to do either one.
Let's see. Well, you did domain registration, so let's just website forwarding. What's that? Any day now.
The entire world escapes me. Don't even know where to start looking.
Oh, fuck, they want to charge another $13 a year just to direct a web page?
Yeah.
I assume you created a user ID and password for your account.
What?
When you registered your domain name, you set up a user ID and password for your account, or used your existing?
Use my existing.
So, okay. I had no idea there was an LGBT domain, top-level domain.
Oh, now we know.
Other than retype it, let's be lazy and copy-paste.
Yeah, here's Tommy Sotomayor's site. Maintenance mode is on. Website will be available soon. SotomayorTV.com.
Okay, you've got a generic landing page.
What?
If you go to flipping
Tommy
around
Sotomayor,
windows here.
Atlanta radio. Tommy Sotomayor, Atlanta radio host, blames single black mothers for young gay men. That's interesting. Well, yes, I know how to look at the.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's even. I guess it's called a landing page, but.
Yeah.
What you
Your
landing page, but.
Sorry. Yeah.
Tommy
The URL I
Sotomayor's
just pasted takes you to landing page.
Tommy Sotomayor is one I want to confront about his LGBT opinions and such. But I am not a very presentable person.
I have some interesting quick links here. Gay cruises. There you go. You need to take a big gay Hal cruise. Gay personals, gay dating. Oh boy. Excuse me. Let me mute my mic just for a sec.
Male chat, men on webcam, men on men, gay dating says gay military. Wow, that's a well, there's a word, I guess, hunk with trunks. Oh dear. What do they call it? Fag hag or something like that. Our picks: gay vacations, colon cancer, lung cancer. I guess lung cancer fits. Yeah, Tony Sotomayor is getting a lot of viewership that I'm not happy about. And bedbugs are crawling on my headset.
Okay.
Bear with me while I try and let them out.
Sorry. On your landing page, there's a why do I see? Oh.
Okay, start over again because I was trying to get bedbugs out of my headset.
I got that idea when you pointed at your headphones. Yeah. On your landing page.
It's a full headset.
Feedback.
And now I can't hear you because my headset just cut out. They're still crawling in there. I can hear them.
I got a burst of feedback.
That's the headset losing its Bluetooth connection.
Yeah. It's very friendly there in its failure mode. The link, I pasted in the link in the side chat that you created. That landing page has a link on it in the top right, which seeing this under construction page, which I guess you've already seen. That opens a pop-up window which gives you instructions to hook it up to a website so that you can get something of value. Now, I don't know the quality of network solutions hosting.
Account manager, my domain names, domain alert current points to.
It's usually less of a hassle to have your hosting done by the same people providing the name.
Manage account. My domain
Let's
names.
see. This network utility, remember. No, it doesn't have memory. Damn.
Okay, generic under construction page. Okay, holomorphy.com now goes to generic. And turn to domain details. Holomorphy.com, domain add-ons. Yeah.
How is polyharmony spelled again?
Holomorphy. My domain names. Where is my other domain name? Manage domain names. Why don't I see my other domain? Renewal center. I don't see
Oh, crap.
the other one. I don't see the other one.
Being useless to me.
Yeah, I only see one domain. I don't see my other one.
Well, I know you were expiring soon on the polymorphy.
Holomorphy.
Polymorphy. No match for polymorphy.com. I spelled it wrong.
Holomorphy.
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 Could you just post it in the side chat, please?
HOLOMORPHY.
Ah, okay, there we go. That's why I got the first letter wrong. My hearing is not brilliant either. That's like a really nice name.
Okay, well the transaction is listed on my billing history.
Okay, so you updated it back on the 12th, or it was updated on the 12th. Created in Y2K. Yeah, that's something you want to keep, if you can. Huh.
Yeah.
It's got you in New York here, too. Oh, there's your Oakland stuff, the tech contact. Let's see, where's the expiration?
Okay, so...
Okay, it expires
I guess the info...
2016. 04/29. That's cool. You've got just over a year on it. And it uses your Gmail. Okay.
Viewers and the participants are running away. Or actually long since ran away. I think probably have scared off all the who are going to be scared off.
Well, some of them were going to bed. I remember them specifically saying that, like Lilu, for example, who's.
Well,
And,
they say that. They say that, of course.
Well, yeah, that's true. You never know what they're actually doing, but what have you. I mean, just because somebody's even in your panel doesn't mean they're not AFK.
Well, having cameras on would help with that.
But anyway, let's get out of here.
I'm the only one with the camera on like 90% of the time, or more.
Yeah.
Tommy Sotomayor has a radio show in Atlanta. And apparently, and apparently, 120,000+ followers on, or 120,000+ subscribers on YouTube.
No. In principle, you can point both your domains to the same website.
Yes, of course. Now, Tommy Sotomayor goes on about blaming single black mothers for young gay men. Or
where does he come up with that shit? Okay, Jim is still here.
Yes, he is.
Cool. Welcome, Jim.
Oh, I've been here for a while. Sorry, I've been playing some Minecraft, kind of distracted.
Minecraft will do that.
Yeah, I was working on some schoolwork and then decided to reward myself, and I haven't ever got up yet.
So, what's your thoughts on how to how to raise YouTube ad revenue? How to make myself
Some of the
popular on
most
YouTube?
popular YouTube videos, at least from YouTube Atheist, are the ones where they go after specific like creationist videos. So if you wouldn't mind going after some people, and I know some people post some really stupid videos, like you mentioned Tommy. What you could always do is take a clip from their video, falls under fair use, and just comment on it. And I guarantee you, people would listen.
Yeah, that was the riding on the coattails thing that Rob mentioned the other day.
I am really, really bad at video editing.
You know what? I had to put a video project together for one of my classes, and I used Windows Movie Maker before I had Adobe After Effects. I think is what I have. Better Vegas. I think it's After Effects, but it's even using something as simple as Windows Movie Maker. It's cut and paste stuff.
Yeah, Nadia's on a Linux system.
Can't you run, what's it called? You can either run a virtual machine or run Wine, right?
OpenShot, is there?
But I think there is video editing software for Linux that's free.
OpenShot's what it's called.
Yeah, and I don't, you know what? I don't knock the free stuff. Some of the free stuff's pretty good, especially if that's all you're doing is just commenting on other people's videos.
What I'd probably actually be doing is trying to make presentations myself. Maybe picture-in-picture and like me jabbering, with a slide presentation. That's the main background or whatever.
You got to start somewhere, though. You know what I mean?
Also, just doing like, whatever kind of cuts and takes and whatever kind of horseshit for, longer spiels and and just plain cutting down, cutting things out of, these 8-hour long hangouts and such.
Yeah, that was one thing I was thinking about the other day. Is you can have a segment called Nadia's Premium Cuts. That's where you go through these 8-hour hangouts and find your favorite little bits. Out.
Yeah, something like that be useful.
Yeah, I wish I had a Linux system. I'd show you how to do it, but unfortunately, I am Windows over here. There.
Well, apparently my registration hasn't fully registered, so I can't actually manage my domain name. I at least redirected hollymorphy.com to a generic under construction page that has network solutions only at. Once the registration for the new one goes through, I can go about something like I can go about something like I can go about redirecting Nadia Vet Chambers to generic network solution stuff only. I've tried their web hosting before, had kind of a site built up and going. But of course, it went down the first tick up. There was no obvious way to back it up. So.
I wanted to wish you an early morning there, Miss Nadia, since you mentioned the no camera up, seeing how you're the only, that's why I jumped in, but good morning to you also.
Welcome, Ronnie.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be with you this morning.
Todd, you say I can already build up a network. What kind of network?
Well, I was talking about the whatchamacallit, the landing page for the Nadia Chambers domain you just set up.
What about it?
Had those links to other things.
Had what links to those things?
Let's go back and look. Well, it's a generic LGBT.com landing page, but I mean, it had the popular links, you know, male chat, men on men, gay personals, gay dating, hunk with trunks, black men dating, gay cruises, gay vacations, and then for some strange reason, gay vacations is followed by cancer and chemotherapy.
Colon cancer and lung cancer.
But you got gay personals, male chat, men on webcam, men on men, gay dating tips, gay military. I'm sure you saw that. Gay love, gay clubs.
Yeah, I need to redirect to trans stuff here if it were to be appropriate.
What did you used to put on holomorphy?
It's a personal website. Had links to stuff I was interested in.
Was it mathematical related, or?
Some of it was. Some of it was computing. Roy's on Rubens. Rubens kind of like vacuumed the wind out of our sails. As a hangout of last resort, all the people who we need to ask about these kinds of questions are elsewhere. When there is anywhere else to go, that is.
Well, let's see.
Good morning.
Isn't it a little bit like Big Brother? Live around the clock, 24/7, instead of just like an hour-long show. You really see, like, every day around the clock, what's really happening. Even down to going to the toilet, you see when I walk away. Granted, I don't take my camera into the toilet, but still. Shitty life of an unemployed trans woman. Well, I guess it'll soon turn into hour-long or less glimpses of homeless trans woman's life. Yeah, if AdSense would cut a check, I would actually pay for my phone for another month. AdSense isn't cutting a check, and I don't know how to get them to.
I agree. Yep.
What?
That's what I agree, Nadia. I'm in the same boat, man.
I don't know what you mean.
I was thinking about the end of the month and the check.
You have money waiting for you in AdSense?
Yeah, no, it's more out than it is coming in, I can tell you.
Google AdSense is their advertising revenue. When you get money for people watching your videos, because they sell ad space to whoever. AdSense is what their affair is called.
Right.
It's a relatively specific issue.
Yeah, I haven't been around that. I haven't used any type of income revenue with the web base since probably the mid '90s. I stopped using the paycheck from them way before the Google thing. But
Paycheck from whom?
I'm not in the know, Nadia. So forgive me. I'm not in the know. They used to allow us 5 links on a home page, and we get paid off of the 5 links. Embedded links. But I know it's all changed, and I'm not in the know, so I'll shut my mouth. But
March is the 3rd month. May is the 5th. So
I know I need some help over here, man.
like 2 months behind. So payment history of payments page, AdSense. Google AdSense. Sign in. Okay. I've read and accept the agreement. That's account. Ah, well, that's incorrect. How do I configure my address here? Account information.
Can I ask Fudd something while he's sitting here? Fudd.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, I don't want to interrupt her train of thought to the hostess. Let me ask you something, Fudd. On the scenario for a Microsoft computer, any idea from you on how I can scrub? Somehow I've screwed up my network in my tower. Just my network. It's not. I messed it up by trying to do something, trying to hook up to internet that I didn't have. Okay, I found a wireless internet and I tried to hook onto it. Anyways, I messed up all my Wi-Fi cards and this, that, and the other. Any idea on how I can totally scrub it without doing a factory reset?
Not really. I don't do Windows. I haven't been on a Windows system in literally over a decade.
10-4. That's why, I mean, understood. That's why I asked, because, you know, I just had to put the, you know, the Bill Gates thing out there, so.
Yeah, there should be some kind of a network settings control panel thing.
Yeah, and I've been digging into it for days. I really messed it up thinking that it was originally my fault for not being able to hook up to this web that I found, you know, like a wireless web that was sort of out there, and I was trying to grab it.
Oh, you were trying to war drive someone, huh?
No. Our city offers free internet, but it's real spotty, and I have an amplifier that I use for that. But anyways, when it's down, typically I don't mess with it, but for some reason I thought that I needed to tweak it and try to grab it, even though I've got this little thing that I'm on with Miss Nadia's broadcast now. I'm joining her with this, but on the background I tried to join that free city internet through my tower, and usually, like I said, I leave it alone, but this time I got in there and digging, and I started trying to reset stuff as I screwed my network settings all up and all this, but I was trying to get away from having to do a factory reset, you know?
There should be some kind of a defaults thing for the settings. I would kick it back to the defaults.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And hopefully you've got something called dynamic host control protocol going, in which case what'll happen is and hopefully the defaults will take you to using that. And if that's the case, then it should automatically set up your necessary DNS servers and what have you for you.
Okay.
You could always check and see if you got a recovery point set up before you messed it up.
Yeah, I checked two of them. I checked pre-Valentine's. I checked Valentine's morning, and at 6:30 Valentine's morning, which I was in this lady's, Miss Chambers, broadcast then, but I'm on a different device right now with you guys. It's dedicated to just a hangout, but and then I checked on the 9th, so I do like the restore point deal, and it hasn't helped yet, so it must be that free city internet that's really letting me down, so.
It's honestly, I cannot really be helpful because I'd have to actually sit in front of the computer and see what the hell it's doing. Not something I can shoot random advice about, other than, you know, restarting it its defaults.
I guess I'll just go ahead and back it up before I do the factory, though.
Yeah.
You know, do external backup. But I need to wash it out anyways. But the restore point thing is typically in the past has worked, but it hasn't worked this time. It doesn't even recognize me as it doesn't recognize me as the administrator on the network anymore. So,
well, an administrator on the network or on your local machine? That's two different things.
Well, my local machine, I use 4 different persons on my local, but I'm always the administrator. I just use 4 different users on the same machine, you know.
Okay.
I found out in the past that I don't know where it was I saw it or heard it, but actually your system runs better when you first fire it up. If you go ahead, Ms. Stein.
I'm having trouble getting AdSense to send out a new PIN verification. I don't know if you have any way of telling me anything. Do you know anything about AdSense or?
Haven't used AdSense in a while.
Have you ever gotten
My last. Oh, sorry. Yeah, my last email from Google has been basically telling me that because my account had not been, my AdSense had not been used for 2 years, they were shutting it down in 30 days, which was over 30 days ago. And if I wanted to reactivate my account, I had to go to some specific link and do some sort of stuff. I don't know.
Yeah,
And now that I'm
unfortunately, I
using
have.
WordPress, now that I'm using WordPress, I don't know if there's an AdSense plugin for it so that you can just, put a widget on the page for serving up ads. One would think there would be, but I don't know.
I'm failing the verification process because it's sent to the New York address. So I need to get the verification to send to an Oakland address.
See, if your admin contact information on holomorphy goes to a JMP at entangle.net.
I know who he was. He's
Hillsboro, Oregon.
yes, when I still live in Oregon.
Okay.
I know who he was. I haven't been in contact with him for years.
Although you're the tech contact, so, but, and the registrant is showing.
Yeah. It's not the domain, it's the Google AdSense for the YouTube channel. The Google AdSense is not verifying because they sent the pin to the New York address. I have changed the address within AdSense, but there's no way to get them to resend the new pin. So how do I get them to resend a new pin?
Well, Nadia, I wish you the best of luck. Hopefully you get this figured out. I'm sure once you start pumping out videos on YouTube, you'll be making cents on the dollar, and it'll be wonderful to have a whole new revenue stream. But I'm actually going to get going to bed. I got a lot of chores I have to do tomorrow or today, whatever day it is.
It's Wednesday.
But I will be back. Whatever. Wednesday? Oh, shit. Already? This week, man. This week just flew by. But Nadia, I hope you stay well. I heard you had some difficulty with the court case. I wish you the best of luck, and I'll be checking in on you sometime later this week.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, when I go to when I go to okay, can you set a pin to a new address? So it says once your address has been updated, you can request a new pin to be sent to your updated address. To do so, click the verify address in the link on the account information page. On that verify address, still have the old address.
Hey Nadia, are they wanting to verify a Gmail? Are they wanting to verify a Gmail mail?
No, I want to verify AdSense. They do it over the mail. Yeah, everyone's over at Ruins. Everyone's left here.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a dead hangout. Ruben vacuumed all the participants out of the field.
I'm not really clear what order you need to do things in, because, I would think that you would want to be the admin contact for holomorphy.
I don't remember
And
the reasoning. I don't remember the reasoning.
and of course there's, let me see, go back to,
Given that I'm no longer in contact with him, it's probably worth changing to someone new, but there's no one new to change it to.
well, let's see. Yeah, your tech information is out of date for some reason on the new domain.
I noticed.
And, yeah. And I'm assuming the registrant email is a defunct email box,
Yes.
which is problematic.
Why?
Well, I think it wants to be a working email.
No. For what?
Oh, it's at Cornell. Do you still have a working email at kernel.org?
No.
No, okay.
There was some hacking incident where they killed all the accounts except for people who showed up, and I was homeless at the time and unable to respond. In fact, I don't know where it was happening. Looks like we got rid of the offensive participants in Ribbons Hangout. I'm probably not invited. It's probably not published.
Because for the new domain, your tech and EN admin, they're fine. The registrant may not be so important, but probably worth updating anyway.
Well, they show us being up to date in network solutions affairs. My account management
Oh, okay.
page there or something.
It probably hasn't fully propagated to the Whois database then.
Well, why are they sending out stale information anyway? That's fucked up.
I'm actually using, standard Whois utility, not a web page Whois.
Standard US utility is puking on my end. New TLD is throwing it off.
Good morning, Paul.
Ribbon actually has shared the link. And like everyone's over there and not here. Because mine is always the hangout of last resort.
So, AdSense you're trying to get reactivated now, right?
It was never activated in the first place.
Oh, okay.
They're also not showing the earnings from, what is it called? Analytics. They're not showing earnings from, there's actual ad revenue, and there's like donation type things, whatever, earnings report, estimated earnings.
Yeah, I don't know if,
Not showing earnings from.
Yeah, YouTube pretty much did not even exist when I was using AdSense. I mean, I think it did, but it was not. It was not yet a Google property, so I don't know how the. I don't know if there's a.
They're not showing. They're not showing my transaction earnings. That's what it's called.
See what this might.
And why have my ad earnings gone down? I'll bet you the video demonetized.
Okay. Ooh, holy crap.
Why is Truth and Hope #1 not showing? It shows it's still monetized. Download report. What is the report? LibreOffice. Oh, that only eat up a shell of memory that won't get flushed properly. Peak concurrent viewers, 46. Total view time, 51.9 hours. Average session length, 20.4 minutes. $740 playbacks. Hang on, this is for... That's just for Australia. It's Brazil, so on and so forth. US, $4.99. $4.99, $29, $155, $18. Peak concurrent viewers, 29. Just from the US though. It's not aggregating across all countries simultaneously, but there is more or something. Doesn't show it demonetized. Doesn't show it in the general videos video manager. Transaction earnings at $199 are not showing up in AdSense. What do you know about transaction earnings?
Nothing. There was a thing in the email I have. It said, if you're no longer interested in participating in AdSense but would like to receive your accumulated earnings, please complete all payment verification steps first. Then you can close your AdSense account by following these instructions. And then they give you instructions, or gave me instructions.
Well, the trouble is, we'll use some kind of, what is it called?
Yeah, I was dead for over 2 years.
There's some kind of donate button or something.
Yeah.
Support this channel. Use that support that channel button. Okay, that's what shows up my transaction earnings. Now, transaction earnings are not showing up in AdSense. Where did the money go? Double click earnings. I see. Transactions. Revenue derived from YouTube rentals, which are available from select partners.
That I don't know. AdSense has changed so much since
Great video rental purchase offers. is what it linked to for YouTube rentals. Doesn't describe anything else. Transaction earnings. Analytics again. Earnings report. Estimated earnings. And let's see, lifetime. And just refresh verify address here.
Excuse me a moment. I'm going off microphone, Miss Sham.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll be right with you, Fudd.
Yeah, I've got transaction earnings out the wazoo. They're not shown anywhere in the AdSense affairs. AdSense shows ad earnings only. Where is it? So I go to home. Last 7 days, last 28 days, current balance 1125. This is finalized earnings.
You know, I've never monetized my YouTube site, my YouTube channel, rather. And Google Plus was kind of forced on me. You know, I had to link the two together.
Why almost no one is able to really help because they all fucking ignore Google Plus and everything else. PDF invoice, whatever. There's the sign of transactions. Transaction earnings. How I get paid. Manage. Payment schedule. Not meaningful. Pay profile. Addresses. Something I can edit. Shows I pay profiles updated, but verify address doesn't show update yet. So it might take even longer for the database to propagate whatever it is. But the transaction earnings on YouTube are a bit of a problem here. My ad earnings are shit.
Damn, fucking Gmail is giving me crap.
Yeah, I'm with you on the verification. I remember when that went down too. You know, I remember the verification thing, and I went ahead and went with it, Fudd, just as a default for me, because by that time I had already been posting for so long. But I know a lot of people that I've met since then that have not verified, and they have no idea what I'm talking about when I say, hey, do you get an address for Gmail or not, but it doesn't matter. I've met a lot of good friends here that never, actually, I think I'm the only one that's been verified, but I remember when that went down. It was like they forced us on it, eh? You know? They put a force on us, man.
in the fuck? Excuse me. I'm trying to figure out how to figure out Nadia's problem.
Yeah, Roger.
It may sound a bit meta, but...
No, I understand completely.
I'm having my own issues.
keep your thoughts on the chore at hand. Last time I left you, Nadia, I know we're live, but the last time I left you, I was sitting with the bouncer, Simon, because his icon's pulling up, and then I came in earlier, and somebody was still talking to the little lady, Jackie, but I haven't checked in a while. It's good to be here, but it's good to know Simon's laying around there. I think I quit. I guess I quit Saturday morning. Got frustrated and went ahead and just jumped out before I had to raise my voice at somebody. The way they were treating a little lady.
For that shit later.
Excuse me.
I'm just getting authentication errors with the IMAP server, which make no sense. I'm receiving mail, but not sending mail. What the fuck? Okay, AdSense. Oh, what are you doing? I'm not interested in having beautiful hair. So, you can connect your site to your Google Plus page. Well, what do you fucking do?
Oh, yeah, right. I remember seeing that, though. Yeah. When I first started,
I'm going to have to reset my AdSense password anyway. Enter the last password you remember. Interesting. Google has fucked around with things.
excuse me.
Okay, send it to my phone. Boy. Google accounts. So they've unified Google accounts with AdSense. Fucking effing brilliant. Okay, recovery info.
Welcome back, Fud. Welcome back. Welcome back. Uh-oh.
Hello.
Hello. I'm not sure what the hell happened. Did I just get banned from here or what?
Yeah.
Oh, I did? Okay.
Unfortunately. Yeah. Unfortunately, there are Jews who are not happy with it. What you're articulating.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, like I said, I kind of sort of came randomly across this channel anyways, so I mean, it's okay if that's how people feel. I don't, you know, I don't have to come back or anything.
I'm not too happy either. Well, had enough.
I'm okay with. Yeah, you know, I'm okay with people disagree with my point of view. I have no problem with that. Whatever my point of view might be, I was just kind of hoping that shit, you know, on the internet we hopefully still at least have freedom of speech, whether we agree or disagree with each other. But if people are gonna like, well, I don't like what you're saying, so I'm fucking, yeah, that's it, you're fucking censored. So that's fine. You know, I was just expressing my point of view. I don't feel, I don't think I made any personal attacks on anybody. I didn't threaten anyone, you know, and so on and so on. So just for expressing my point of view, if you're, you know, when it comes to that, if you're going to censor people for that, then obviously, yeah, you know, to me that's kind of not cool.
There is no guarantee of freedom of speech in regards to citizenry. All right, what freedom of speech's original intent is to allow you to speak out against the government without being thrown in jail or killed. That was the intent of freedom of speech. Freedom of speech has absolutely nothing to do with a Google Hangout. It has absolutely nothing to do with websites or forums or even town hall meetings. Okay, you go into a town hall meeting and you start a bunch of shit. What are they going to do? They're going to get the security and they're going to drag your happy ass out the door. Okay, there is no guarantee of freedom of speech in those contexts. The context of freedom of speech is where you have the right to speak out against your government without being jailed or killed. That's what it means. I can't get on here and say Brett Keane is a motherfucker without getting some kind of flack over it. Okay, I can't do that. That would violate Brett Keene's rights to be defamed and that sort of thing. All right, you know, because I get this all the time. Trolls will say, "Well, I can call Von Helton a son of a bitch anytime I want." No, you cannot. That's slander. It's harassment. It's defamation of character, and those are crimes. It is not freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is where I think Obama sucks donkey balls. Okay, that's freedom of speech, because I'm allowed to speak out against my government. All right, but when you go after just ordinary citizens or individuals, you're not protected under freedom of speech law at all. None. All right, I cannot sit here and defame Nadia publicly and get away with it, because that's harassment, that's defamation of character, that's slander. Those are actionable in a court of law. It is not free speech.
Yes, I agree with you, absolutely. What I'm saying about what I was referring to as far as, I don't use the political term freedom of speech, because the Constitution, if you look into Lysander Spooner, like look into his work, you can find it on the internet, whatever. The Constitution, the first three letters, con. The Constitution itself is a con, anyways. So we you know, kind of, we don't have any rights, anyways. But regardless of that, I'm just talking on a personal level. On the personal level here, I understand when you're talking about the government that you have the right, as far as the government is concerned. You're saying that, yeah, the idea of freedom of speech is that you have the right to dissent. You know, like you can express yourself and so on and so on against the government. Yes, I understand what you're saying in that respect. Absolutely. Now, depending on when I was talking here, you know, because it's almost not the same people are here that were here before. But I got booted off this channel. Now, the government didn't do that to me. You know what I mean? It's like whatever I was saying, it was somebody personally did it. So that's what I'm saying. Is if people are not willing to, like, if you have a different opinion, and on a personal level, again, I'm going on a personal level.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, though. There is no guarantee of freedom of speech on a personal level. It doesn't exist.
Well, yeah. Well, I agree with you.
Freedom of speech's purpose is to be able to speak out against the government without reprisal. That's what it means. It doesn't mean that you can get on a hangout and talk shit all day about somebody. That's not what freedom of speech is.
Well, I wasn't talking shit about anybody. I was just expressing an opinion or a point of view. I wasn't talking. I don't make personal attacks on anyone, like whomever I talk to or whatever. I never personally attack a person. I don't like say, oh, I'm gonna fucking bitch slap you or do anything or whatever. It's just like if you and I are gonna talk, if you have an opinion, you express an opinion, and I express a different opinion. Now, if you're gonna cut me off because I express a different opinion than what you have, because you can do it because it's your hangout or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, you know that I feel that amongst just us regular people that I'm like, if we are doing that to each other, I'm not talking about the fucking government, okay? Just as individual people.
I understand where it gets confusing because a lot of people will assume, hey, you know, as long as I'm not dissing somebody, I've got freedom of speech to speak about somebody else. Well, no, I'm sorry, that's not true. You have no guarantee of freedom of speech. When you come in,
I agree. Yeah, you don't.
You don't. There's no guarantee of it. This is Nadia's hangout. Nadia can run it how she sees fit. Just like when I open a hangout, I can run it as how I see fit.
Absolutely, yes, I agree.
There is
I'm not. Hey, look, I'm not disagreeing with you. It's just like, you know, like I said, this is the first night I've ever been here. But then when, if all I'm saying is yes, yeah, people do have a right. If it's their hangout, whatever, they can do what they want. I have no problem with that. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that for me personally, is like looking at people. Well, you know what? If I have a dissent, I don't know, a different point of view or whatever, my opinion differentiates, or you don't like my opinion, or you don't like what I'm saying. Okay, yeah, you have it's your hangout. Absolutely, I'm not disagreeing. You have a right to say, okay, well, fuck, I don't like your opinion. Fuck you, right? Fair enough. But then that tells me something about the character of the person that is running the thing. Is that if I have a difference of opinion, then you're gonna cut me off and you're gonna kick me out. Then whatever, you know, that's fair enough. I don't really have a problem with that. It's just I'm saying is that then that tells me something about, you know, the person that is even running the hangout or whatnot, you know. Well, that's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying they don't have a right to do that. They do have a right to do that.
All right, let me give you an example. And this is a recent example because this just happened. I forget which hangout I was in, but I was in somebody's hangout. And somebody come in the hangout and started blaring loud music. All right, and none of us could talk. None of us could hear what each other was saying. And we kicked the person out. All right. That was not a violation of that person's freedom of speech. The person was being belligerent. They were being disruptive, and we kicked their fucking ass to the curb. And that's just, you know, that is the way of things. All right? There are some things that just are. And one of those things is that if you come into a hangout and you come into it and start disrupting the hangout, playing loud music or showing porn pictures or whatever, you're going to get your ass booted. Just that simple. Because nobody is going to want their hangout to get a strike, okay? Nobody. And that's just the way it is, man. Google has very strict policies in regards to playing music or copyrighted, any kind of copyrighted material. I mean, I even got flagged once for posting Google images on my Google Hangout, believe it or not. You know, because some of those images were allegedly under copyright. Now, I hashed it out with Google and everything's fine, but you know, the point is that Google is very strict when it comes to copyrighted stuff. You cannot play anything copyrighted on a Google Hangout at all. No pictures, no music, no videos, no audio. Nothing that is copyrighted can be played on Google Hangout, and they will smack you hard if you do. Okay, and that's Google doing that. Okay, that's not necessarily the owner of
Yeah,
the
no,
Hangout.
no. Agreed. I agree with you there. Absolutely, absolutely.
So when somebody comes in and they play loud music or they play a video that is copyrighted or at least questionable, we have to kick them out. We don't have a choice. Now that person can sit there, and they did. They screamed, "Oh, my freedom of speech was infringed." No, it wasn't. No, it was not. All right. You come into a room to be belligerent. You come into the room to be disruptive. You're going to get your ass kicked to the curb. Simple as that.
Yeah, no. Hey, look, listen. I actually don't agree with. I don't disagree with what you're saying. However, what I'm saying is, I don't know what happened. Like, obviously, I'm back in the fucking room, so I'm not banned or anything for fucking talking to anybody. But the thing of it was, I wasn't doing that. I wasn't playing loud music. I wasn't being, you know, talking smack to anybody or anything like that. I was just expressing my point of view is all I was doing. And, you know, maybe a little bit, granted, a little bit loudly or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I might have been even talking over a person, which I would apologize for doing that. I'm not a rude person per se. And then all of a sudden, you know, like, you know, I'm like, boom, I'm kicked out. I'm like, well, you know, for that reason, I don't think that's fair or right for that reason, anyways, right? Like, I wasn't, you know, I was having a civil conversation with probably most people that were on the Hangout. I generally didn't interrupt. I didn't do anything like that, and you know, people were talking, whatever. You know, I would be quiet, listen to what they were saying, and so on and so on. And I wasn't trying to, you know, stir up shit per se or anything like that. It's just like sometimes when people said something, well, you know, well, I have my opinion, and you know, I voiced it, whatever, and apparently, I don't know, somebody didn't like it, and basically, I got booted for expressing my opinion, and it's all I'm saying, right? So.
Well, I put myself on pause, sort of, kind of, in a Google Hangout last night. Went to take care of the kids, come back, I was booted out of the Hangout. Why? Because I wasn't participating. You know,
Yeah.
I could get mad, I could get frustrated about that, I could get all pissed off, but you know what? They're right. I wasn't participating, and you know, I went to take care of the kids, come back, I was kicked out of the Hangout. Oh well, no big deal. I'm not going to sit here and, oh, woe is me, my freedom of speech was violated, I feel so, you know, bullshit. I love.
No. Hey, look, and what you're saying, yeah, I actually agree with you. I'm just saying is basically, I was out in mid sentence, for example, like I was talking or whatever, ranting or whatever you would want to call it, and it was basically like I'm fucking saying what I had to say, and basically, it's like all of a sudden, you know, I get the notification, oh, somebody has decided to kick you out of this chat, right? I'm not saying who it was, I don't know, but whatever. And basically, I just got kicked out, and I'm like, okay, cool, whatever, it's fine. So, you know, whatever. It's okay. I mean, this is the fucking internet, whatever. I mean, it is what it is. You know, and people have a right to do that. If somebody's, you know, it's their, you know, Google Hangout, and I come in there and I say something, even if they don't like it, yeah, they have a right to. Well, I'm not going to even say they have a right. Hopefully they shouldn't censor people, but if they feel that they have to, of course, yeah, you can kick them out, whatever. Then yes, you can, and well, if you do, you do, right? It is what it is.
Do you know what the key to a stressless life is? A life without stress. Do you know what the key to it is?
Lots of drugs.
No. The key to a less stressful life is to not have any expectations. All right.
Yeah.
So when you go into a hangout, don't have any expectations.
No.
When you get on the internet and encounter other people, don't have any expectations. because if you do, you're going to be sorely disappointed. All right. There was a famous person even made that comment. They said, you know, my encounter with humanity was a very big disappointment. You know, you're always going to be disappointed. Okay, there's always going to be something that's going to disappoint you, but you can't let that get to you. You go into something with no expectations, and therefore you don't have to be all stressed out. Oh, why did this happen? Why did that happen? Why am this? Oh, woe is me.
Oh no, don't get me wrong, brother, man. Like, listen, don't get me wrong. It's not a. I'm not stressed out about it. Like, honestly, this hangout, for example, I don't know. I just randomly came across it, and it seemed to do with like people that are Christians and so on and so on. I am not a Christian, and the one thing actually that impressed me that I kind of wanted to stay hanging out and talking with people here is because, despite the fact that I said I wasn't a Christian, and usually when I do that, when I'm surrounded by people that say they are Christians, they always want to push something on me. And so far, when I've been here, nobody has done that. They just had like decent conversation with me and everything. So I found the people here, that I was talking to pretty cool in that respect. Is that I'm not an atheist by any stretch. I am, whatever you want to call it, agnostic. But it was just pretty cool to, let's say, come on a hangout with people that I guess are Christians, and have like a decent conversation with them, and they're not pushing the religion on me. Well, oh, you didn't find Jesus yet, and all this stuff, and blah blah blah. And people have not done that to me here. So I kind of like have a respect for the people that were here and were talking to me, that they didn't do that. And the conversation was pretty cool. I kind of enjoyed having that conversation with people. So whatever. And yeah, anyways, yeah. But
I love that line though. That just got me good this morning. Have you found Jesus, brother? I didn't know he was lost. I'm sorry. I didn't know he was lost. Hell is he? I didn't know he was lost. I didn't know he was lost. Oh, well, shit. Anyway.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying to you, bro. All I'm saying to you, brother, is that when I do encounter people that are, they're hard fast in their belief, and that's cool. I have no problem with that. It's just what I'm saying is that I came here and people were pretty cool in that, is they weren't saying, well, if you don't believe that, then basically fuck you kind of thing, And everybody was pretty cool, right? Like they weren't fucking doing that to me. Right?
Listen, there will never be a shortage of assholes on the internet. Okay, that's rule number one. All right, there will never be a shortage of assholes.
Agreed.
In fact, I want to make me a T-shirt. I'm thinking about making me a T-shirt that says "Assholes make my brain hurt." Okay, that's my line. I actually copyrighted that line. Assholes make my brain hurt, and it's true. Because you get, you're always going to get, the assorted asshole out there that's going to want to start a bunch of shit, and usually and the bitch of it is that they usually do that for no fucking reason at all. They just, I don't know if they're bored, I don't know if they've got a brain fart or whatever, but they just come in and want to start a bunch of shit. And it's like, dude, go someplace else. The psych ward is down the hall. Okay, leave us the fuck alone. But you're always gonna encounter assholes. I mean, you're never gonna get away from that. You're just not. You might as well just roll with the flow and just, and if you encounter somebody like that, just block them, ban them, tell them to go fly a kite, whatever, whatever you want to do. But you're never going to have a shortage of assholes.
No, I've come to realize that I'm fairly new to Google Chat and all this shit. I've never really been into it. Like, I mean, I've been on the internet for a long time, but as far as like actually talking to people and so on on the internet, I've kind of not been into it. It's kind of new for me. So talking to people, and like you said, you get kind of all kind of fucking weird people. I think some of the people that I've talked to, I'm not saying even on here, but other places, I swear that these people are they need they didn't take enough medication, so to speak. I don't know. Like
Yeah.
they're not. They're not even what you call, shills or trolls or anything. I think they're like genuine people, but they have mental fucking issues.
They're just out there they're the premier space cadet. Well, them kind of people, I don't care. I don't mind them at all. Let them come in and spout crazy shit. I don't give a shit. As long as they're not violating someone's rights, hurting themselves or hurting others, I don't give a fuck what they do. All right, that's my policy. And it's a good one, and it's worked for me for years. But there'll be the random person come in and talk crazy shit. I don't care. Let them talk. I don't give a shit. Hell, you never know. They might, as crazy as they are, they might actually have a fucking point. Alan Alda said, "I act crazy to keep from going insane." All right, that's a quote from Alan Alda, the guy that played on MASH.
Yeah.
And he's got a point. He does. He has a point. He acts goofy and crazy because it keeps him on the straight and narrow, I guess. But that's I don't mind the occasional crazy person. I mean, I'm a little crazy my damn self. So what am I going to say? I can't say nothing to him. And nothing I can say to him about it.
But pop's not good for you, right?
Everything is bad for you. I mean, everything. They just. I love the status of eggs. All right. Are you familiar with the status of eggs? The status of eggs fluctuates like I change my underwear. Okay. One week eggs are bad for you. They're high in cholesterol. They're gonna clog your arteries and kill you dead as a mackerel, just like that. Week later, hey, they're full of protein and they're good for you. And then the week after that, nope, they're going to kill you dead as a mackerel. Stop eating eggs. And then the next week after that, yep, they're good for you. Nope, you eat all the eggs you want, you're good. So the thing with eggs, man, just back and forth. Good, bad. And finally, I just said, fuck it. I'm going to eat all the damn eggs I want, and if they kill my happy ass, then they kill my happy ass. I'm going to eat them. I like eggs. I'm going to eat them. I enjoy a good breakfast. I'm going to eat my fucking eggs. And if they want to cheat,
and bacon, hopefully bacon too.
Yeah, well, yes, bacon, sausage. I prefer sausage myself.
Okay.
Whatever. But yeah, I mean, it changes with the wind, and I'm like, I just stop listening, man, because they go back and forth with this shit, and I'm at the point where I don't care about it, It's not relevant anymore. I'm going to eat them, and if they kill me, then they kill me. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to fret over it, And if I do get bad cholesterol, well, then I'll go to the doctor and try to get it fixed, I'm not going to worry about it anymore. I'm just going to be myself, enjoy the things around me, and drive the fuck on,
Yeah, no, man. I actually agree with you. This is fucking. It's the same thing like with this. I can equate that to this climate change bullshit, folks. I mean, I remember in the late 70s, early 80s. I mean, what they were talking about basically. Oh, there might be a mini ice age coming. That was the worry back then, and now we got global warming and fucking whatever. They sell that shit. So that kind of fizzled a little bit. So now they're not even calling it global warming anymore. Now it's climate change.
Climate change, yeah. Well,
what a fucking vague term that is, right?
Yeah,
Isn't it?
I mean, what is climate change? Climate change is when I go outside and I see it's sunny one day, and then I go outside the next day and it's raining. That's climate change.
Yeah,
okay?
That's right.
So the term isn't even apropos, but I get what you're saying because you're right. 1 minute, it's going to be an ice age, and then the next thing we're going to die of being burned alive, and back and forth. But now, one thing that I have noticed that has disturbed me, because I've been on this planet for almost 52 years, one thing I have noticed is that the snow months, the months when you get snow, it seems like it's progressing later and later in the year. All right, and that does seem to be quite disturbing to me, because I remember as a child, it would snow on Christmas. We got snow on Christmas, quite a bit of snow, in fact, you know. And I've noticed, you know, when I was in my 20s, it seemed to have shifted to January when we got a lot of snow. That was our snow month. Now, here we are in February, and it's the snow month. I'm getting snow. I've got a foot of snow outside my house right now. You know, and it's like, okay, we went from December to January. Now we're in February. Holy shit. A few years from now, is it going to be March? You know, so I don't know. Now, I don't have no reason for that. I have no explanation for that. I do know that we've had some very severe earthquakes on the planet. And according to the scientists, that has shook up the Earth's axis and the Earth's rotation around the sun a little bit, you know, like maybe a few seconds or something. But I don't know if there's anything to attribute to that or what. But it's kind of an alarming trend. I don't know, you know, if 10 years from now it's going to be snowing in March or not. But I do find that somewhat disturbing. Because here we are, February 18th of all things, and I got a foot of snow outside my damn house. You know, so I don't know. That's something disturbing that I have noticed. Does it have any relation to what we little ants on this planet are doing? No, I don't think so. I do know our sun's having a connection fit up there. That might have something to do with it. It could be the rogue planet that NASA has finally admitted to. Wandering into our solar system, maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know, but I do think it's interesting that our snow month went from December to January, and now it's February. And so I don't know. I don't know what that means, or if it will reverse itself and go back to December. I have no idea. I have no clue. But I just found it interesting, you know. Now,
yeah, see, I don't know where you live. I live fairly north. I'm in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, so I'm pretty far north.
I live in Kentucky, and Kentucky usually has mild winters. But I just found it interesting, you know, that when I was a kid, our snow months were in December. And then in my 20s, it was in January, and now in my 50s, it's in February. You know, in my 60s, is it going to be in March? I don't know. I don't know. I hope not. I hope not. That would be kind of bad. But I don't know.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I mean, I've lived. I'm European. I'm Hungarian. I think I said this to the people that were here before. But as long as I've lived here in Canada, I remember when I moved here to Edmonton, like the way that the summers were, the season of the winters hasn't really changed per se, but there's odd things in the weather here too. Is like the summertime, for example, is like before, like for example, we would have like, you know, when it was sunny and whatnot, you would have like in the summertime you would have hot, dry days. But now it's like almost every day is humid. And it would have to, the temperature, for example, for a thunderstorm to happen, you would have to have, you know, 26, 27 degrees centigrade, you know, in temperature, and then you would get potentially a thunderstorm. And now the thing is, even at below 20 degrees, like 18, 19 degrees centigrade, I can't convert that to Fahrenheit if you're an American person, but off the top of my head, but now we're getting fucking thunderstorms below like 20 degrees, and that's below, let's say, I can roughly say that's below 70 degrees. Like imagine, you know, 65 degrees Fahrenheit, and you got a thunderstorm forming, and potentially the one time last year it was 65 degrees, which is not very warm. And we got thunderstorms, and we got a tornado forming, and all this fucking shit, which is like pretty unusual, especially for this far up north. The weather is kind of weird here too. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on, honestly, with the weather. Is it actually just climate change? Is it?
Well, like I said, I used to take a lot of flack because I talked about the possibility of a rogue planet wandering into our solar system. Well, lo and behold, NASA finally admitted, yeah, there is a rogue planet wandered into our solar system and it's kind of hanging around. I'm glad they finally admitted that after years of getting harassed over it. It was nice for NASA to finally admit that it was true. But, you know, as to the impact that this rogue planet is having on our solar system, I don't know. I don't think it's that much. You know, there was always this doom and gloom. Oh, if a rogue planet came into our solar system, it would cause hurricanes and typhoons, and the Earth would be no more. And
yeah.
well, the rogue planet's been in our solar system for months now, possibly even years, and I think it's actually been closer to a year. So, and it's done absolutely nothing. You know, we're still here. Nobody has died. 2012 did not happen. You know, but it was nice of NASA to finally admit that the rogue planet was out there. But as far as any major impact on our solar system, not yet. Nothing yet. It's perturbing the other planets. You know, according to what NASA is saying, it's perturbing the other planets a little bit. But they're still functioning, and we're still functioning. So, and eventually, it's going to make its way back out of the solar system and out into space again. No harm, no foul, as far as I know. So, you know, no big deal. But could that have an impact on why the weather seems to be altered a little bit? Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. Don't claim to know. But, you know, I guess once it wanders out of our solar system, everything will go back to normal again. I don't know. I would hope so. But it does, you know, NASA does admit that it's perturbing the other planets a little bit. I think it's out near Neptune or some shit. Uranus, Neptune, somewhere out in that area. And it's kind of wobbling everything a little bit. But no big deal. No big deal. We're still here. So, you know, but I did want to bring that up because I thought it was kind of interesting, you know, that our snow month keeps progressing a little bit.
Yeah, and also there's the thing that I've noticed is that not that even you know, like you obviously you live where you live, so I'm going to take your word for it. But I've also noticed there seems to be, I don't know if it's normal, maybe it is fucking normal, I don't know, but extremes in weather where you'll have a place where they get like fucking, you know, 2 months worth of rain, you know, and that's normal for them, and they'll get it in like a day and a half or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, so you get these extremes. Like it even happened here in Alberta last year, where in Calgary they got a month and a half worth of precipitation in like a fucking day, right? So it literally flooded the fucking city, the downtown, and you know, I mean, it did a lot of damage, you know, and so yeah, I don't even know what the fuck is going on. Like, is it normal?
Well, as an aficionado of the Weather Channel, let me give you a brief synopsis of how this works. You have a hot front, cold front, they collide, storm. Okay. Wait till you adjust your mic there. We have a hot front, a cold front. When they collide, you get a storm. All right. Why are we having hot fronts and cold fronts? There is a possibility that we're, you know, with the rainforest being depleted and other trees being strip mined, we are probably need to plant more trees. We need to get more of the carbon dioxide out of the air and put more oxygen into the air. And that allegedly, according to some, would alleviate a lot of the severe storms, because you have areas of the earth that are super hot, you have areas of the earth that are super cold, and if you can somehow regulate those temperatures a little bit better, there would be less likely of severe storms. What I've suggested, and only the elites could do this because they're the only ones with enough money to do it, but what I've suggested is irrigating the deserts, primarily the Saudi Arabian desert and the desert in Texas. If we was to irrigate those deserts, the overall mean temperature of those deserts would come down. Okay, if you lower the temperature of those deserts, you would have less likely severe storms because you would have less likely a chance of hot and cold combining and creating those severe storms. Now, it's only a theory, it's only an idea of mine, and like I said, the elites would only be the ones to be able to do it because they'd be the only ones with the money to do it. But that's a suggestion that I've had in my head, rolling around in my head for years now, is that irrigating the deserts, lowering that mean temperature, and therefore making the hot part of it a lot less severe, and thereby decreasing the amount of severity in the storms. It's an idea. I don't know if it'll catch on, but it's an idea that I've had for a long time.
Well, what's your having said that? What's your opinion of so-called chemtrails? You know, the weather modification that they're doing. So-called.
Well, the weather modification is not a conspiracy. They've admitted to weather modification. We've seen the planes, we've seen the tanks inside the planes, we've seen them spraying the clouds. The conspiracy part comes around is why in the fuck are they spraying it when there ain't no damn clouds around? That's the conspiracy part of it. And a lot of people are suggesting, allegedly with evidence, that what they're spraying is a chemical known as barium. Well, barium is a heavy metal, and in fact, it's a toxic heavy metal. So, if in fact they are indeed spraying barium, obviously that's going to have an effect on our environment. It's going to have an effect on us as human beings. It's going to be more difficult for us to reproduce. It's going to be more difficult for us to have adequate digestion, and we will have to start ingesting medication to flush that heavy metal out of our system. Is it barium? I don't know, but like I said, as far as weather modification, that's been done for years and years, hell, all the way back to the 40s and 50s. It's just the idea that now they're just spraying it out in the fucking air with no clouds around. So what gives on that? Why are they doing that? That doesn't make it.
My question is, I'm not a disbeliever in that. I think they are putting something up there. I don't know what it really is, but like, for example, me living as far north as I do, I noticed that in wintertime, like if it's a blue sky, it's a clear sky, it'll stay blue and clear all day in the winter. However, in the summertime, I'll wake up in the, like let's say I get up in the morning, I look up, it's a fairly blue sky by let's say 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Even if there's no clouds, there's a fucking haze over everything, right? So it's like this far up north, for some weird reason, apparently in the wintertime, they don't do these so-called chemtrails. I don't know why. Maybe because it's so fucking cold, I don't know, and they see no reason to do it. But in the summertime, I can definitely notice the difference, because I'm one of those people, like, I'm kind of aware, so I do look up at the sky, I don't just, walk around with my head pointed down, whatever. And I just noticed that here, living as far north as I do, in the wintertime, there's no fucking so-called chemtrails going on here, right? If I see an airplane flying above, they have a normal vapor trail, like it disappears behind the plane like it's supposed to, right? But in the summertime, no, it doesn't fucking happen. It planes this way, that way, whatever so-called air traffic is going by, it's like I said, it'll start out with a clear sky in the morning, and by fucking mid-afternoon, there's sort of this white fucking haze over the sky, and I know they're not fucking clouds, right? And so, like, I don't know. I guess there's an agenda behind that too. So I'm not sure what it is, but seems to be.
There was somebody in Seattle, and they actually took a picture. But there was somebody in Seattle that was complaining about massive chemtrailing over Seattle, Washington, and and they actually took a picture, and you see the picture, and it was literally a fucking fishnet of chemtrails. I mean, just unreal. I mean, just hundreds of chemtrails making a damn fishnet pattern in the sky. And he's like, what in the fuck is this shit? And I told him, I said, you know, that's chemtrailing. And he's like, I ain't never seen that before in my life. And I said, well, welcome to the real world, you know. Why are they doing it? Who knows? Are they ever going to tell us? Fuck no. They ain't never going to tell us. They're never going to tell us. But again, if it is barium, then, you know, I've encouraged, you know, people on YouTube to, you know, invest in something to flush heavy metals out of your system, because heavy metals in your system is not a good thing. That's a bad thing. Like I said, it can disrupt digestion, it can disrupt reproduction, it can really ruin your fucking day. And you know, it's good to flush those heavy metals out of your system. You know, I mean, that picture from Seattle, Washington, man, I mean, it was just crazy. It was literally a fishnet in the sky from all the chemtrails. And it's like, what the fuck, man? You know, there's no way that anybody can look up at that and say that it's normal. No fucking way. That's not normal. I mean,
that's the thing, is like, there used to be contrails, condensation trails behind the plane, and yeah, I agree with that. Obviously, like, if anybody has even a rational mind, like, I'm not, you know, whatever. I'm a kind of a realistic person, but I can just. This is one of the things, I don't need to go on YouTube and believe in some conspiracy or any fucking shit like that. All I gotta do is go outside and I can see it. It's there. It's fucking there. You can't fucking deny it. When you see something with your own eyes, you're gonna tell me, no, that's not happening. That's normal when a plane flies by and you have this so-called a contrail that stays there for 4, 5, 6 fucking hours, that spreads out across the sky, and you're gonna tell me that's just a regular, it's just water vapor from the airplane engines, really? Anyways, yeah, sorry, I'm just saying, you know, like, I don't know how people can actually fucking deny that shit, that it's not, they're not, something isn't fucking going on, basically.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, there's not a cloud in the sky, but yet there's still spraying. So what's going on with that? You know, they'll never tell us. They'll never.
No, of course they're not going to tell us.
Yeah. We had an actual, just a few days back, we had an actual planet killer whiz by our planet and graze our atmosphere. They told us the night before it was going to hit. You know, they told us the night before. You know, it's like, thanks for the warning, motherfuckers. You know, I mean, the night before the damn thing hit, you know, luckily for us, it just grazed our atmosphere and went back out into deep space. But, you know, if this rock would have hit, it was an actual literal planet killer. It would have destroyed the Earth if it had hit, if it had made a direct hit. And they didn't even tell us till the night before, you know. So it's like, you know, they're not going to tell you jack shit. You know, it took years of me screaming on YouTube before they finally even fucking admitted that rogue planet was up there. You know, the Chinese actually had a fucking video on the damn thing. And, you know, I'm sitting there talking about that, saying, you know, guys, you know, I've got video from the Chinese. You know, the Chinese threw a rocket up in space and captured it on film, and, you know, we've got still pictures from the sun of where it was hovering around the sun. You know, and we've got pictures of this damn planet, this rogue planet that's in our solar system. NASA finally admits it 5 fucking years later. Oh yeah, there's a rogue planet in our system, by the way, guys. Oh, well, gee, thanks, guy. You know, I've only been talking about it for 5 fucking years. You know, but they finally did admit it, thankfully. You know, so they're not going to tell you jack shit. They're not.
No,
they're going to tell you damn thing.
Of course they're not. I mean, realistically, let's say there was a comet that was heading toward the planet that could be potentially, you know, as you put it, a planet killer. I don't think we're ever gonna fucking know that until it actually fucking hits. They're not gonna fucking tell us jack shit. You know, I mean, I don't think they will. You know, they're gonna say, oh, you know, get hide, you know, whatever, get, you know, I don't know. And then, you know, realistically, if that was the case, I mean, what the fuck could we do? Where the fuck are we gonna go, right? You know.
Yeah. Yeah. There's not really. Well, you know, now see, if we had a fleet of spaceships ready to rock and roll, That would be one thing, because we could all board spaceships, get the fuck out of the AO. But, you know, there is no fleet of spaceships to get the hell out of here. So, you know, if a planet killer is heading our way, there's not a damn thing we can do about it. There's not. You know.
Yeah, no, I agree. Absolutely, yeah.
See, that's one of the things I'd change if I was president. I'd start building spaceships so that if Apophis does come here and hits that window, I'd be like, okay, Apophis has hit the window, so we know it's going to slingshot around the sun and nail us in 2036. So let's start building spaceships and let's get the fuck out of Dodge before it does. You know, because we could all go to Mars, hang out on Mars until, you know, whatever calamity is over with, as long as it didn't break the planet up. You know, then we could go back years later and resettle again and everything would be fine. But, you know, but there is absolutely no contingency plan to get off this rock if Apophis is heading
Oh
over.
no. Well, I mean, even if you like, I'm an anarchist, just so you know. But even you know, the people that believe in the government does not give a shit about its so-called people, anyways, right? At the end of the day, that's the truth of it. So obviously, if a catastrophe was going to hit anything anywhere, they don't. I mean, really, they don't. Ultimately, at the end of the day, they don't care about the people. So that's again, that's my opinion, you know. So stating it as such, but yeah. Well, and I'm just gonna ask. Fuck, it's getting pretty early in the morning. I do have to go to work not pretty soon, but I need to get some sleep. But Nadia, you think that chemtrails are totally imaginary? Is that your take on it? Just ask you. You can type that in chat. Yeah, you think
chemtrails are imaginary.
You think they're imaginary?
Holocaust. Chemtrails are imaginary. The Holocaust is real. Killed 6 million Jews and 6 million others.
Okay, so chemtrails.
Gas chambers. There were gas chambers. There were crematoria.
Okay, well, I look at it the opposite way, but okay, no, that's fair enough. I don't have a problem with that. You know. I don't know. I just don't, as far as
any idea how many Jews lost relatives in that?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of Jews are liars, but anyways, that's my opinion. Take it as you will, but
where's Ramadan?
But as far as I don't have any proof. Like I can't. I wasn't there. I wasn't there in 1940, between 1940 and 1945. I wasn't there, so I can't definitely speak about that. I have my opinion about it. But as far as chemtrails go, I can honestly say one thing about chemtrails. I can see them with my own eyes. You know, so. I don't know. They're not vapor trails. Whatever. I don't know what they are. I don't know what's in them.
How do you know they're not just vapor trails?
Well, I do have a basic understanding of science. You know, high school understanding of science. I didn't go to college. I'm not a physicist. I'm not anything. So I make no claim about that. But I understand how condensation trail works, even in the higher atmosphere, whatever. And generally, if you just have a condensation trail where you're talking about basically water vapor, I mean, it should dissipate after, I don't know, 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. I don't know. Let's say I'll give it 20 minutes. But when you have something that just like it sticks there for hours and hours and hours, and you have planes crisscrossing, and then basically, like I said, in the morning I'll wake up here in the summertime, like I was saying before. I wake up, there's a blue sky, and then you have plane after plane flying over, and so on and so on. And then what I get by the time it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon is it's not a blue sky anymore. It's a fucking white haze. And I cannot buy that that's condensation trails doing that. But anyways, I mean, we can agree to disagree on that too. You
When
know.
I go outside my fucking door and I see a goddamn tic-tac-toe pattern in the sky, my BS meter goes off because I know that's not normal. No fucking way. That shit just fucking hangs there and hangs there and hangs there. I mean, wouldn't you think even the fucking wind would have dissipated it? Yes. Okay, but this shit fucking hangs there. Even in spite of the wind, the fucking shit just hangs there for hours and hours and hours. That's not condensation. No fucking way can that be condensation. No way.
Heavier chemicals. Heavier
Well,
No
yeah,
chemicals.
I agree with that. Yeah,
Heavier,
I don't think it
heavier,
can be. I don't
heavier
think it.
chemicals, heavier molecules in H2O, would just fall out of the sky.
Well, I'm not sure if I clearly understood what you were saying, but I still go back to the point is, yeah, like there's no way that water vapor hangs around for 4, 5, 6 hours. It's not even logical to assume something like that. I don't know. Anyways, but whatever. I'll leave it where it's at. But that's my feeling, anyways.
Yeah, there's nothing behind that. These clouds hang in the sky, and the water vapor trails are, well, very much just like clouds.
Yeah, but okay. Well, I mean, it's about dissipation. I mean, yes, clouds do, but clouds are something different. When you well, okay, well, I'll tell you one thing. I have a pretty good memory. And when I was younger, like when I was like 11, 12 years old, whatever, I did look up into the sky. I'd lay down on the fucking grass, and as a kid, I'd be looking up and whatever. I've never, when I was a kid, I've never seen what I see now. I just never seen it. Yeah, I've seen airplanes flying over, and always the so-called vapor trail behind the airplane, it disappeared behind the plane. It didn't spread out and cover and create this white haze. So again, I'm just going. I'm not even talking about anything on YouTube or whatever because I've seen it on the net or something. I just recall my personal experiences as a person and seeing what I've seen, what I remember looking at when I was young, and what I look at when I look at it today, and it's not the same. Now, I don't know. Maybe you can make the argument. I don't know. Maybe there's more atmospheric pollution, and that's why it happens. I don't know. If you want,
do you think contrails weren't recorded on video in the past?
Yeah, depending on how far you go back to, like, one of my favorite movies is Once Upon a Time in the West. I don't know if you've ever seen it, and I
doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, it probably doesn't. But, okay, this movie was made in 68 or 69. Okay, it's one of kind of a spaghetti western, blah blah blah, whatever. And it's filmed out in I think filmed in Arizona, for example. And when you look at the sky in that movie, granted, obviously, there was nowhere near the amount of air traffic at that time that there is now. To be fair, obviously, but you will not see a contrail, anything like that. And I just remember this when even being a kid, I don't remember this looking at the sky or seeing the sky what I see today. Just going from my personal experience, even, and whatever. I'm in my early 40s, whatever. I'm not too young. I'm not old per se, but I mean, I remember it looking at the sky, and it didn't look anything like this. I cannot, in the summertime here, for example, when I was young, I could look up into the sky, I could see a deep blue sky. I cannot see that anymore. And that's just personal experience, you know. It's not a, I'm not giving you a conspiracy theory. I'm just giving you kind of a personal observation of what I see. So
Tell me you're not
whatever.
giving me conspiracy theory as you recite a conspiracy theory. Yeah, so compare video recordings. Think the sky isn't blue now?
Well, like I said, I'm just giving you personal stuff. Did I record it? Whatever. No, I didn't. You know, obviously. Do I have
Do you
it?
think no one did?
Do I?
No
Well,
one
I don't know.
trustworthy did.
I don't know. Someone may have. I don't know. I have not. To be honest, I have not looked that deep into it. Like I said, you know, what I said is just my personal experience. Now, did someone record the skies? You know, 25 years ago, and look how deep blue the sky looks now, and compared to what it looks like today. Did I find something like that? No. You know, to be honest with you, no, absolutely not. I did not find something like that. And
I'll
so,
tell you
yeah.
what, the sky was crystal blue over LaGuardia Airport in 2011.
And it's still the same today.
2011? It's only 4 years.
Well, yeah, but I just asked the question. It still looks like that today.
I say I've been there in a few years, but even so. 2011 is reason enough to debunk your entire theory.
Well, yeah, you know, I don't know. I can't speak to that because I live where I live, so I can only speak about my local area, obviously. I can't speak for any place else. And like I said, what I was saying before about, you know, so-called whatever chemtrails, in the wintertime here, when I live here, no, the skies are blue. There really aren't any so-called chemtrails here in the wintertime. There aren't. Because I look up, I see there. It's just not there. But in the summertime, there is, and that's all I can tell you. Just from my personal.
Winter. You think the planes aren't flying in winter?
Oh yeah, they are. Absolutely, they are. I'm not telling you that the planes. No, I am absolutely not telling you that there are no planes flying over here over in the wintertime. However, what I'm going
in winter and summer.
Well, no, what I was going to say is what I'm going to tell you is in the wintertime here, when the planes do fly over and I look up and I see the planes, the so-called contrails actually behave normally. The plane flies, the trail within, you know, a few minutes disappears behind the plane. It doesn't spread across the sky creating a white haze. It just disappears behind the plane. That's just been my observation. In the wintertime, what happens here? In the summertime, something different happens. Now, I don't know, is it because the temperature changes here? I don't fucking know. I mean, I don't make any absolute claims about anything that I know for a fact about anything. I'm just telling you, it's just, like, this stuff is just my personal observation. Okay.
Well, that doesn't really get you off the hook, though.
Well, no,
making your
yeah, it probably doesn't get me off the hook. Granted, you know, I can agree with you on that. It doesn't get me off the hook because I don't know. Maybe, for example, I'm willing to stretch my mind to the point that, well, you know, I don't know. For example, when I talk about here, because I'm so far north, and there's such a big temperature change between winter and summer, that maybe, I don't know, in the upper atmosphere where the jets are flying, I don't know, maybe there's a change in temperature up there too, and, you know, I don't know. You know what I mean? So I don't make any absolute claims about anything. All I'm telling you is just my observation of what's happening where I live and what I see. So I don't know. There could be, the variables, fuck it, I don't know. So I'm not that kind of person that makes any absolute claim about anything, because I just don't fucking know. I'm just basically telling you what I observe. That's all I can tell you. Right? So you can take that any which way you want, I guess. Yeah. So that's all I'm saying.
Well, that kind of disclaimer will able to discount or dismiss your claims entirely. And you'll say, okay, well, this is quite contrary to what we know, and you'll have to produce enough evidence to overwhelm what's already known, or already standing as preponderance of evidence.
Yeah, you know what? In all honesty, all I can say is I don't know for sure what's going on with the so-called this chemtrail spraying shit or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. That's all I can leave it at that. I know there's tons of shit on YouTube about it and so on and so on. But from my personal experience, that's like I said, as all I can give you as far as anything I've seen is just what I've seen with my own eyes. Now, what is it? Even if they are I don't know, spraying something, what are they fucking spraying? I don't know. For what reason? I don't know. Are they just trying to fuck with the weather? Yeah, fuck. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But something is going on. That's all I can fucking see. Is that something is going on. For what reason? Yeah, exactly. Well, what's going on? Well, you can't ask me that question because because I don't know.
Wouldn't it merit some investigation? If you're not the only one, would someone else notice, and maybe someone with the means to investigate, carry on an investigation?
Well, first of all, I would like to know somebody that was be willing to carry on, that was willing to even investigate it. But most people, I'm not going to say most people. Everybody that I know personally, I don't think they fucking ever even look up into the fucking sky, and they won't even notice a full fucking moon, or nothing. Like, people don't, to investigate it, going, past that point, just from their personal, it would be a lost cause for me to try to do that in the circle of people that I know, first of all, just to get them to notice that maybe something is going on, and to take the other step of, well, how about investigating it? Yeah, no, it's not gonna fucking happen. People are, I don't know, people are just asleep and fucking ignorant. So yeah. Anyways, sorry, but yeah.
Well, I would say that people are not as asleep as you claim.
Well, I would hope when you say that, I hope you're right. I'm actually, yeah, maybe I'm being a bit negative, but yeah, I hope you're right, that I'm kind of more wrong about that, and you're more right. I kind of, in that respect, I would want to take your side.
What people actually tend to do is arrive at incorrect conclusions. They will, for instance, adhere to conspiracy theories. Probably most adhere to different conspiracy theories than the ones you hold.
Yeah.
And beyond that, they'll come to the wrong answer most of the time. So those people don't have the resources to adequately investigate themselves.
Yeah, no, yeah, no. I'll agree with that. Yeah, well, for the average person, well, what the fuck? They go to work, they come home, if they have a family, whatever. What they don't have any fucking like you said, they don't have the quote unquote resources, and the resource is of course time, right? So, and if they do have any extra time, well, that resource, quote unquote, what are they gonna probably spend it on doing? Is fucking either watching the fucking news or a TV show, or
Web surfing
yeah, web surfing for fucking porn or something. Yeah.
The latest conspiracy theories about how Obama is the Antichrist.
Yeah. Well, yeah, or something. I will call that something silly. Obama is not the Antichrist, but anyways, the Antichrist is not gonna be the Antichrist, just like people called Hitler the Antichrist. No, the Antichrist is gonna seem, if you wanna, if you're gonna go that far with the prophetical things, the Antichrist is gonna be not a guy that is gonna be labeled evil and bad. The Antichrist is gonna be actually the opposite of that. Is going to be a person of peace, of goodwill, and whatever. He's going to be the sheep in the wolf in sheep's clothing. That's the deception. If people here kind of tend to be Christians. That's what the Antichrist is going to be. It's not going to be a Hitler. It's not going to be an Obama. It's going to be a person that looks like they're the savior of something.
It actually comes from Greek. Anti doesn't just mean opposed to. It also means in the place of. So usurping the place of Christ, as opposed to acting in opposition to Christ.
Yeah, you're right when you say that. I'm just saying what I'm saying is that people, when you have so-called leaders or whatever, and they're labeled this evil, like Hitler is evil, Stalin was evil, blah blah blah, etc., Pol Pot, Mao Zedong, whatever, even Hirohito, whatever. When you're looking at history, I mean, you could label like if you wanted to label, you could label technically any of these people as so-called antichrist. But the real Antichrist, if there is going to be such a thing, and of course, well, if you were listening to me earlier, I'm not a Christian, obviously, but if that's going to happen, the real Antichrist is not going to be a person that will be regarded as something evil or anything else. The real Antichrist is going to be very Christ-like, actually.
It will succeed in some respects in usurping the place of Christ, sure. Now, if you're not a Christian, then what are you?
I'm agnostic.
Agnostic, indeed. If you cannot know, then why the close attention paid to, prophecy or revelations? If you're not so certain about the gospel and Jesus Christ and so on and so forth, then how does all this concern for Christian doctrine come about?
Well, I don't have a concern for it. I mean, I was raised Christian, okay, just so you know. I was raised Roman Catholic, and I don't know, when I was oh dear. Anyways, but I went through the for communion and all that stuff. I went through that when I was young. But you know, when I became a teenager, probably when I was about 15, 16, I just sort of started to think for myself, I guess, for lack of a better word, and I started kind of seeing holes through the Bible story and whatever I was taught, and I kind of, let's say, for lack of a better word, I lost faith, I guess you could say, in what I was indoctrinated into, and so on and so on, and basically that's where I'm at. But at the same time, I can't be an atheist either. So
I can tell you my own case. I emerged from my fully memories fully formed. I was as tall as I am now. I had essentially all my core beliefs and such already in place. And so physically and mentally, once my memories were continuous and gave me general ideas of the gist of course of events as opposed to just snapshots. Everything is largely as I am now, apart from, well, some breakdowns in health that have happened since. And in the time before, I could remember the general context of my memories. Or snapshots. I remember a snapshot of telling my mother I was an atheist. Probably sometime between the ages of 5 and 9.
So, okay, that's cool. I'm just saying that. But you're not you're a Christian now, like I mean.
No.
Oh, you're
I've
not.
I've always been an atheist.
Oh, so you're an atheist.
I've never budged an inch.
Okay, no, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. Okay,
I've always been an atheist. I've always been a communist.
And you're a communist?
I've always been a transsexual.
Yeah, well, I don't have a problem with you're transsexual. That's fine. I don't really have an issue with that. The atheist, I'm again atheist part.
Jeremiah chapter 1 verse 5.
I just don't know. As a human being, I just don't know. I just don't know how you can be an atheist.
I rebel against God by defying the manner in which He made me. In 1 Corinthians chapter 6 verse 19, I'm desecrating the temple of my body. You tell me you don't have a problem with it.
No, I don't, because I'm not a Christian. That's why I don't have a problem with it. I'm not a Christian.
Yet you adhere to Christian doctrine.
I'm sorry, what?
You adhere so tightly to Christian doctrine.
I do not adhere to Christian doctrine because I'm not a Christian.
And do you believe in the prophecy of Jews returning to Israel?
No, I don't. I think it's a bunch of bullshit. But anyways, I think the Jews are a satanic cult. They're a Luciferian worshipping cult. That's what I think of the Jews. So whatever.
Do you believe in Satan? Do you believe Christian? Specifically Christian, because the Jews think of Satan as God's prosecuting attorney.
Well, it's
kind of like dualistic oppositional force, like Angra Mainyu in Zoroastrianism.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess you can go to boil that down, yin and yang, whatever, light and dark, and so on and so on. I mean,
Angra Mainyu and Spenta Mainyu, or Horamasa, and Zoroastrianism. It's far more closely connected, particularly given the lack of communication between Chinese and the Near East.
Yeah, look. My thing is, I'm not. I don't know. I want to. I'm. I'm gonna kind of leave the last few statements because I have to go to bed. I have to go to work tomorrow. But the thing for me, if I even, like, I don't know. I'm not saying I won't be back or whatever. I mean, this hangout is pretty cool. Like, most of the people are pretty cool, even if they are Christians or whoever they are. So far, most people have been pretty cool to me here. So, but having said that, um, I don't, like, I don't know. It's hard to explain. I don't have an ideology either way about anything. However, like you said, if you're a transgender person, whatever, that's your choice. You want to make that choice. You feel that you need to do that. I don't have a fucking problem with that. Um, as far as the other things that you said, that's the least of my issues with talking to you. The other thing is, if you're gonna tell me you're a communist and you're an atheist, those things I actually have a problem with, right? Not about your anything else that you want to do, you know. Because I'm against atheists. Atheists. Fuck. My tongue is tied up. Atheism. I'm against that. And I'm also.
The universe that I present to you, Quentin Smith's logical impossibility of divine causation. You present this argument from design. I I'll repeatedly demonstrate the process brought all these things about is a matter of natural forces that are blind and bring about systematically bad design, predictable precisely from those natural forces. The intelligent thought is entirely absent, and the artifacts of this absence are readily visible, tracing their internal organ structure literally back to segmented worms, tracing numerous defects back to ancestral species. There's no getting around.
Okay, so yeah, okay, well, I just want to ask you one question because I'm gonna log out, not because whatever we're talking about, because I do need to go to bed pretty quickly, but so as far as socialism goes, would you not agree that that's a completely a Jewish ideology?
I would disagree. It's not Jewish at all.
Well, where does it come from, right? Karl Marx, right?
Sure.
Okay, so do you know what his real name was, right? What was Karl Marx's?
His real name was Karl Marx.
No, his real name was Mordecai Levy.
No, he had Jewish. He may have had Jewish ancestry.
No, Karl Marx's real name was Mordecai. Actually, I think it was Joseph Mordecai Levy. That was his real name. And
it wasn't, and even if it was, it doesn't make Marxism Jewish.
Yeah, Marxism. Communism and the Marxism ideology is absolutely 100% Jewish. Yes, it absolutely is.
No connection to Talmudic or Judaic thought. Rather a connection to Hegelian dialectics.
Yeah, okay. I'm not tying it into the religious belief of the people that call themselves Jews. I'm not going to tie it into a religious belief. But a philosophical idea, yeah, I can tie that into that. Yeah, absolutely. As far as communism is concerned, yes, absolutely.
Philosophically, the only way to connect anything to Jews is through religion. The Jewish religion has no bearing on Marxism or communism, and communism predated Marx.
Yeah, but if you look at history, here's the thing. I mean, as far as socialism and communism, it's kind of tied into hand in hand, really. I mean, communism is a little more, let's say, extreme form of socialism, and that's the experiment. And I mean, look again, looking at history, just looking at history.
Karl Marx wrote about capitalism, not communism.
Karl Marx.
Communism
I mean that guy. If you look at if you're gonna with all due respect, I'm sorry, I don't really want to. I'm not trying to argue with you or anything, but I mean, with all due respect, if you look at Karl Marx and the way that the guy lived, the guy never fucking basically worked a day in his life. If you just know who,
as a writer.
Yeah, he was a writer. I mean, he was basically a parasite. But anyways, yeah, I mean, Karl Marx is.
Writing
I don't. Well, I don't know. I'm just saying, Karl Marx. First of all, that's not his real name, anyways. Like I said, but
so what?
I don't know. I don't know. What I'm telling you is the Jews love fucking socialism. They love liberalism. They like pedophilia. They fucking love all this shit.
Nobody likes pedophilia.
Well, you can say that, but I mean, look at what the media is pushing.
Even the pedophiles are tortured not only by the victimization that turn them into pedophiles themselves, but also the acts they commit themselves. They are rather.
Yeah, but I mean, look what goes on in Hollywood, and if you're gonna tell me that Hollywood is not totally run by the Jews, what people have to. What the shit that goes down in Hollywood, and there are people that that they're willing to, like, oh, they think they're gonna get a role, they're gonna sleep with this director, that director, whatever. It happens, but the whole fucking thing in Hollywood is just totally perverse, disgusting, whatever. It goes on, and who's running that show, right?
It's not Jews.
No, it's not Jews. Okay, so Hollywood is not run by the Jews. All right, fair enough.
Small presence of Jews in Hollywood.
A small percentage.
I said small presence. Essentially proportional presence.
Okay, no, fair enough. I will disagree with you on that point, but fair enough. But anyways, no disrespect or anything like that. Whatever. I didn't mind hanging out here tonight. It was you guys were all cool. Everyone that was here that I talked to, everybody seemed pretty cool. But it's 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna have to go to work tomorrow, so I'm just gonna respectfully, click out and say good night to everybody, whoever is listening.
Have a good night and stop being an anti-Semite.
I'll try. I don't know if I can accomplish that, but I'll try. Anyways, yeah, good night, and like I said, whoever's listening, take care, and yeah, have a good night.
That was very difficult. Very, very difficult.
Well, cool that he went to bed.
Yes, it appears so. Well, you have to keep him. Engaged so that he'll somehow be enlightened. Although no one ever really is.
That's an interesting philosophy.
Well, if you stop talking to him, he walks away with all his beliefs, just as they are, no matter how odious. So from my point of view, it's I don't know, Dolan. Just a simple matter of fact of how the only way it's even possible to reach anyone. And people don't get it. They launch smear campaigns because, well, I go about trying to reach the people that actually need to be convinced.
I think I can truthfully say that I'm well versed in smear campaigns. Just saying.
Oh, I've got a lot of people running them against me. And welcome back.
I mean, come on, Nadia. You have to admit, you don't have near the haters I got, man. I got legions of them motherfuckers.
I wouldn't be so sure. I think we're running neck and neck here.
I don't know. Some of my haters go back as far as 15 years, man. Has anybody been hating on you that long?
Longer.
Really?
Yeah. Really.
No, they're just assholes then.
Well, my whole family's been against me my whole life. You aren't going to have them be with you any longer than that.
Well, you know, they must lead a very boring life then. If all they've got better to do in their lives is to harass other people, then they ain't worth my time. Right?
Yeah. About the Holocaust denier, Ralph says, patience is of essence, but it needs to be big to match ignorance. And I may have that patience. I can toot my own horn once in a while.
So what's
Morning,
going on?
Mac.
Morning, Mac. What's up?
We were just dealing with the Holocaust denier. I was, I guess, caught up in an anti-Semitic, or trying to debunk an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory surrounding Karl Marx.
Well, don't know what that is.
He's saying that Karl Marx is a Jew and that communism and Marxism were bad, so Marx spawned all kinds of evil. Marx, a Jew, spawned all kinds of evil, thereby discrediting all Jews.
Yeah, that's stupid. Yeah, because
go ahead.
You can't attribute you can't attribute the mistakes a person does to discredit their belief system. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, it's a bit foggy, kind of flip-flopping between the belief system and the religion and the race, which, granted, happens a lot in general. I need to familiarize myself more with the lines of argument and evidence surrounding Holocaust denial to counter it better. I suppose if he shows up more, I'll be booking up as I go. Tommy Sotomayor recently had a honor call-in session. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He's an Atlanta-based radio host who is on expressing bizarre political views and other ones.
Yeah, I wouldn't know who he is because I don't get into politics, so I'm out of that.
Yeah, he was saying that single black mothers cause homosexuality.
Wait,
And that,
say that again?
he was saying things like that single black mothers cause homosexuality. And that, well, various horrifically homophobic and transphobic things that he went with 250 simultaneous viewers sustained throughout 2 back-to-back 8-hour hangouts.
Okay, to attribute, wow, that's to attribute black. That's very illogical. I'll just say that. To say something like that.
Well, he's mostly discussing it within the black community, so.
Yeah, still, that's very illogical. All I do is I just attribute the behavior of any of LGBT as just sin. It's a personal choice to go against the will of nature and the will of God. That's all it is.
Well, I dare say otherwise. I mean, nothing about what I do makes me who and what I am. What I do comes about from who and what I am.
I would say it's deeper than that. What you think, how you make your decisions, what you think about, uh, what you do, what you say, all these factors constitute your they 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 affect your life, your life decisions, how you think, even the very actions that are in your life, whether you caused them or you were inadvertently, part of that, part of the effect. There's like multiple things that affect your life, but ultimately, what you decide on, how they affect your life, or what you think about, depends on you, and those things come down to choice. Are you willing to do what is right, or are you still willing to do what is against what you know is wrong, basically?
But when you say it comes down to choice, what does the choice come down to? You push it back one step, but arbitrarily refuse to push it back any others. Totally arbitrarily.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
You fixed an arbitrary point in the causal chain to stop analyzing what cause and effect was in play.
Well,
an arbitrary point in the causal chain is, well, I guess within a person's brain.
Well, because because you're faced with choices all the time in your life. For instance,
So what?
like as you said, so what?
Yeah.
Okay, those choices affect you though. Those choices that you make affect your mindset.
So
what? No, but I'm saying when you make the decision, for instance, if you make the decision to steal something, you already automatically in your head justify why you stole something.
Yeah, and why did you do that? Why did you go about justifying it?
That last part.
Why did you go about justifying it? Where did the idea even come from?
Well, in my worldview, it comes from God.
Oh,
The idea,
blame it on God then.
It's not the idea itself. It's just the effect. No, I'm sorry. It's not just the idea itself. It's the how do you put it?
Oh, you just choose stop short of God. If it comes from God, then well, it's God's fault.
No.
No.
Because God does not. God only gives you. Because God does not make you. God does not make you do anything that is against His nature. He doesn't make you do anything that's for His nature. He doesn't do anything that makes you do what He wants you to do, or makes you do what He doesn't want you to do. What He does is just put you. He basically puts you on the crossroad. Okay, you either choose. Like if you're in a store, do you choose to steal food or do you choose not to steal food? Do you choose to actually pay honest to pay for the food that you have?
Then it's such a
All
matter,
those things.
It doesn't come from God. It's not
Why do
coming
you say
from
it
God,
doesn't matter if it comes from God?
No, I said such a matter. It's not actually coming from God.
Why do you think it doesn't come from God?
You claim it has a different source.
Well, what other sources are there?
Well, your philosophy isn't mine, but you're describing a case where it didn't come from God. So.
No.
It's ultimately not caused by God, so then it didn't come from God.
No, because what God does is that He gives, like I said, He gives you free will. He gives you free choice. You cannot, if you didn't have free choice, Nadia, you would have to do what God told you to do without question. You would never be able to do the things that you're doing, even now. You won't be able to do it out of your own free will.
So you claim then that your God relinquishes his own sovereignty?
Yes and no.
Yes,
I would say
no.
yes and no. Yeah, the reason why I say that is because he knows better. He knows you better than than you know yourself. Okay, when you already have it in your head that you're not going to seek after him, you're not going to love him, you're not going to do what he wants you to do as a creature who he made, then he is still what he is going to do is he's still going to send people send people who are Christians like me, G-Man, Beckel, um, Rand Campbell, different kinds of people.
Yeah,
I mean, different kinds of Christians with different personalities and stuff. And he's going to send them to you, and he's going to tell you why he wants you to live the way he wants you to live. He's going to give you the option, hey, choose me or choose death. Choose well, yeah.
Okay.
Because think about it. You have all these different kind of Christians who are coming at you saying, different showing you different kinds of evidences, showing you their testimony, showing you why they believe what they believe, telling you why why God is the way he is. And though they have different views and stuff, they're still the foundation of it is they're still telling you the same thing, that this man named Jesus Christ was God in the flesh who died on the cross for you so that you may love him freely and obey him out of your own will. So when you choose to say, okay, I'm tired of living the way I'm living, I'm tired of doing what I want to do, I want to do what you want me to do, I relinquish my will so that you have control of my will. Then he comes after you confess your sins and repent, you forsake your sins and do what Jesus Christ commands you to do, then your will is no longer your own, it becomes God's will.
And you're God's marionette.
Now God, say it again.
That makes you God's marionette.
It makes God what?
Marionette.
So what's so bad about that?
Oh, your will is not free then.
Well, the thing is that if you compare God to being, if you compare me to being a marionette and God is like the puppet master, that's not a bad thing for me. Because in my view, if I'm the puppet and God is the puppet master, without him pulling my strings, I have no life. I can't move on my own. I can't think on my own. I can't exist on my own. He is the one who has to move me. He is the one who has to make me. He is the one that has to control me in order for me to even have life in any sense.
And yet, how is this control exerted? And how would it, well, how is this control exerted, and how is it not exerted upon, well, everyone all the time? Your God is sovereign. No?
Because he does not he does not want to control you. He does not want to control you unless you freely give up your will. You freely let him like, okay, like for instance, if this was like a video game, okay, you're the character inside of, no, I would say this, you're the controller, and God is the one who controls the you're the controller as well as you're the character inside of the game, okay. God is the one who has his hands on the controller, okay. As long as he has the hands on the controller, you'll be able to move, you'll be able to speak, you'll be able to have life, you'll be able to move. But when he takes his hands off of the controller, now you're just left alone. You're basically just in a system, but you have no, with you in control, you're not going anywhere. With you in control, all you are is just the controller and the character inside of the controller. With no one controlling you, you're basically in a dead state. You don't go anywhere, you don't move forward, you don't move backward. You're pretty much done. And then the time will come up to where, for instance, if the PlayStation will have a shut off button. If no one is moving you, the PlayStation will have a turn off button and it will shut off. And that's basically your life. It's going to shut off. And then God is wondering, why didn't you let me control you? Because if you did, you would have. If you did, you could have lived even longer. Have more joy. You would have had more peace.
Is there any joy and peace in being a marionette?
Oh yes.
No terror and, well, being subject to the whims of whatever it is. Oh, and are not those outside of your God's grasp similarly marionettes dancing on the strings of, well, various natural forces acting upon them?
I mean, there's, I mean, oops, without, I'll just say it like this. It makes no sense to, in my view, I'm sorry, in the view of the way the Bible describes uh man as far as going out on his own and doing his own thing. It does not make any sense for man to not believe or put their trust in God. Um, because every time you see in the scriptures, every time you see someone following, I'm sorry, someone not following the God of the Bible, it shows you how miserable they are, and you can see that on a person. Um, because I find it amazing that the
Misery
Bible
comes from what
clearly
again?
describes. No,
Misery comes from what
I'm
again?
saying that. No, I'm saying you have misery without God.
Misery comes from the privation of God. I dare say otherwise.
Yes.
I dare say misery comes from material deprivation.
No, because even if a person loses all material things, uh, God can never be lost. So it's like you lost everything, but you gained everything.
And that heals the sick how?
Say it again.
Not that heals the sick how? Houses the homeless how? Feeds the hungry how? It doesn't.
Yeah, it does. Because Jesus clearly
No.
said,
Where?
because in the Bible,
Where?
in the Bible, Jesus clearly says that if you feed that, okay, um, when like okay, in the story where he separates the sheep from the goats, the people who were considered the sheep, who are Christians, God tells them, "I thank you because when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was naked, you clothed me. When I needed something, uh, when I needed a place to stay, you sheltered me." And he says, "When did I do?" And the sheep to him and said, "When did I do that, Lord?" It's like when you did. It was when you did good to the least of men. Basically, if I see a homeless person and I say, you know what, I'm gonna just buy him something to eat, or if he needs something, if he needs a coat or if he needs a blanket or something, I'm gonna give him. I'm gonna at least do what I can to help him. You know, with the limited resources I have. You
You know
basically
what I do with homeless people?
say it again.
You know what I do with homeless people? I took them into my house.
Mm-hmm.
They lived with me for years.
Okay. Christians do a lot of that too.
Really.
Yes.
I I have not seen such. I've been homeless in years.
Um. Well, you probably were looking in the wrong place because I know a lot of Christians who do that, myself included. Now, granted, I've never no, because we did no, because I haven't had. I wouldn't say I've let a homeless person live in my house because I recently just got my own apartment. But I have let I have given a blanket to a person who needed who it was like really cold, and the guy asked if I had a blanket or something to keep him warm, and I told him I would give him one, and I left him for like a few minutes, and he was like really close to my house, and I got into my house and got into my parents' house and gave him the blanket that I had. There's been times where people have asked for money, and I've given him. He's like a person has asked for like a few change, but I gave him like $5, I think, and I said I wish I could give you more, but the money that I have now is only is meant for my family to give them groceries or to pay for rent. So, you know, my heart really does go out for people who are homeless or who don't have a place to stay, or who are hungry. Um, but you know, it's not that I'm not willing to help them. It's not like I'm not willing to give them a place to stay. It's just that I understand the resources that I have, and I give what I can. But at the same time, the reason why I do these things is because of Jesus Christ. Because God did more than just give uh, God did more than just give money to people. He does more than just give people shelter. He does more than just give people food to eat or clothes on their back or whatever the case. He actually came down, gave his life for
I
people who
dare,
had literally hated him.
I dare say he doesn't do it at all. I say that those who give people food to eat, shelter, and all that are humans.
Hmm. But how do you know? But how do you know God is not in that?
Oh, because, well, first off, the interaction problem. Second, you largely hold us to cessationism, so even you disclaim miracles in the modern day. They are covenantal, or associated with covenantal events, like the establishment of the new covenant. It was the basis for having miracles with Jesus, and the establishment of the Mosaic covenant does of Moses. Miracles outside
See,
covenantal events and such are beyond the purview of your deity.
but why did I mean? Because you and well, I wouldn't say my opinion because based on I would say based on what the Bible says, you want I you don't want to believe because this is based on your presupposition that you don't really want God to exist. I don't know why, but you don't want to. Because the interesting thing is that most places, uh, and I'm pretty sure I could find the statistics on it. I'm using my phone right now, but most that places that house the homeless, that feed the hungry, that uh do like food drives or like give clothes to people who need them are Christians, are like based on Christian foundations, based on Christian churches, or just
Right?
church. I would say churches in general. Like most of them come from
How do
people who believe in a God.
how do you think shelters approach the homeless who are LGBT?
I mean, they have no issue with them, except
Really?
for yeah, except for well, except for one thing, and from what I saw on the news, one couple who ran a homeless shelter, um, they didn't kick these they didn't kick the homosexuals out that had left that were in the homeless shelter. They had left and were just complaining because the couple told them that these homosexuals were not having the same room together. But other than that, they didn't have an issue. They said they could come in.
Well, National Coalition for the Homeless. 40% of drop-in shelter clients or drop-in center clients are LGBT.
Oh,
So the
hold
vast
on a second.
a large swath of the homeless are turned away, and you better believe the trans don't fit into tradition of their sex segregated affairs and such. Uh, There's quite a bit of trouble with all the homeless fairs. Shelters are preposterously effective. For one, shelters, well, don't get people off the street. Take them in, chew them up, spit them out. 90 days back on the street. Actual housing is what works. But they don't do that. There's quite a bit more LGBT exclusion and such. Well, seen people cast out. They did a bunch of because of suspected homosexuality, possibly even actual. Resurfacing on the street, so on. Heavy frostbite scars. I've seen, well, rape and such. Oh, welcome back.
Yeah, I had a phone call. Sorry about that.
I'll get you broadcasted. There you are. So, yeah, shelters are notoriously ineffective for resolving homelessness. They kind of chew people up, spit them out, right back onto the street. Actual housing been seen to be much more effective. The environments and such are pretty hostile. Nasty things happen, like, oh, rape. And last but not least, persons like myself are rather often turned away.
Okay, the few problems that I have with that is that, okay, for instance, if you say that all these that God does not do anything for you, okay, but it's just the people that are helping people is just people, okay. There's no motivation behind it. There's no reason for it. There's no God behind any of it. Then you would just have an issue with the people. Well, I'm just saying though, even with that, if I'm just saying with no God behind any of that, you just have an issue with the people. Okay, that has no bearing on God Himself, and even then, you cannot
Their
to
behavior
say
is
that
motivation is religious doctrine.
Well,
Christian doctrine.
I mean that it still has no bearing on. At the same time, you cannot say that these people are not trying to help these people, because a lot of them are using their own. A lot of them use their own money, use their own funds to give these people who are homeless a meal. And not only that, there's a lot of factors of why people wind up being homeless. Some of them are strung out on drugs. Some of them got kicked out of their house. A lot of them are just people who want to work. Some of them are, I'm sorry, not a lot of them, but some of them are people who just don't want to work, who don't want to clean themselves up and find a job. It's not that they don't have the credentials to do so, because and I can't remember what show I was watching. This one gentleman. This one
has actually been there.
Say what?
As someone who's actually been there, I can tell you a bit more. Yeah, they piss test people, so they don't get in if they're on drugs. Other drugs seem to come from the stress of homelessness as opposed to what they live out on the street. I saw this split between two camps. Felons who, due to extreme employment discrimination against felons, couldn't get work and landed on the street. And secondarily, people who were actually seriously ill or lame or crippled or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I understand.
And couldn't get work against that. And that was the two camps.
Well, I understand that, but excuse me, I'm talking about the people who can work, the people who just hold their hand out, and just begging for money when they can seriously get a job, because
You know
that
what?
whole
Those people don't stay on the street very long.
yeah,
They
but that
never
doesn't.
even make appearances in shelters.
No, I understand that, but that doesn't take away the fact that those people are do be in homeless shelters when they clearly can afford, they clearly can get a job and actually have a good resume. They just choose not to. Like they rather have like a free meal than pay for their meal. They rather have a free home to take from the home than
I've never
build
seen.
a home or have their own home.
I've never seen a single one of those kinds of people. They don't really exist. Anyone who could do that,
Some of them.
anyone who could do that, pretty much pukes and says, "Oh, homelessness really sucks." And since I can't do something about it, I'll get myself out of it. And if they actually can, they succeed.
I'd say it's a small few, but there are some that do it. I mean, because at the same time,
It's a
I
small
look
few
at
that
people
occurs.
who I I have some sympathy for people who are strung out on drugs. Um, but some some of them I don't, for the exception of the fact that they chose to do it. Um, even
They get,
whether they
you know what
had a
happens to them?
whether they had a home or not, they still chose to get high on cocaine, to get high on crack, to get high off
You
of
know what
weed and
happens?
stuff like that.
Those people don't get into shelters. They do piss tests.
Say what?
And those people don't get into shelters. The shelters do piss tests. They either don't get in, or they get thrown out pretty quick. And they freeze to death in winter.
Why did they get thrown out pretty quick though?
They flunk the piss test.
They do what now?
They flunk the piss test.
Oh. I didn't know homeless shelter. I don't know. I didn't even know homeless shelters even do that.
Well, someone who's been there, maybe you ought to hear more about it.
Eh, it's no news. I've seen the effects of I've seen the effects of people who are either strung out on drugs, to people who are a lot of, well, a good few who are homeless, and the effects that these different factors have on people. I've seen it firsthand. Even my grandfather, who was strung out on, it was either cocaine or it was either cocaine and heroin or something, and he this man was like super high in the military, like top secret in the military, and got a Purple Heart and everything. And when he had retired, uh, his his brother, my uncle, had him start out on weed, and then he wind up going higher in the ladder with drugs and stuff. And I'm telling you, this he was so intelligent. Um, he was so intelligent that even I believe the landlord of his apartment was willing to give him the job of working as the landlord that he was living in. But what happened was is after he got strung out on drugs, he wound up living in the basement of the apartment that he was supposed to be running. I mean, he looked like he was that cave dweller that came out of a hole and has never seen light in decades. And
Okay.
like his body was literally deteriorating, and it was just so sad to see him like that. But at the same time, I felt sorry for him, but at the same time, it was his choice. It was his choice to do those things. It was his choice to smoke weed, uh, to do cocaine. It was his choice to do that. And sadly enough, I'm happy that he actually got out of that lifestyle and he's no longer doing that. And he's actually so much better. He used to after he used to be in a homeless shelter. Now he's out of it, and now he's living in an apartment himself and getting good money. I'm sorry, he's living in a house that he rented, and he's getting like good money from the military. But he it shows like the power of God, because it was only God that could save him from the state that he was in, because he couldn't even remember who my mother was. He couldn't remember my mother, nor his mother. Like, he couldn't really recognize anybody. And he used to remember not only my mother, my dad, but pretty much all my siblings, all five of my siblings at the time. He could remember them, their faces, their birthdays, how old they were, what year they were born, everything. So,
And
it's
and it was all God. He had nothing to do with it himself.
in what sense?
Oh, it's a question.
No, what do you mean by that?
How much of it was God? How much of it was him?
Him choosing to smoke weed, and then going when he started getting like into crack and heroin and all that stuff, that was his choice.
And
there was
God had
people.
nothing to do with that.
No, God did. God was there trying to prevent him from doing it.
Really?
Yes. Because
God didn't ordain his circumstances.
No, because God does not
God
make
didn't
God
ordain
is God
circumstances
gives
for him.
God does not the Bible says that God does not tempt you more than what you are able. Yes, you're going to be tempted. Of course you're going to be tempted. Of course there's going to be opportunities where someone's going to present you weed. And God is going to be the one who's doing it. I mean, God allows Satan to tempt people all the time, to have Satan send somebody who's a drug dealer, say, hey, you want to smoke this weed? Hey, you want to get this crack, get that new high? God is going to have Satan send somebody to do that all the time. The question is, are you going to stand on the foundation which is only found in God and say, no, I'm not going to do that. No, I'm not going to do this. No, I'm not going to no, I'm not going to commit this sin. I mean, that's where God is. He's the one that's telling you, don't do this. And,
yeah, but isn't he omnipotent? If he told you something, could you defy his order?
If he told me something, could I defy his order? Yeah. You do it all the time. I mean, Nadia, think about okay. Okay. I mean, this is a great example for you. Okay. You were clearly born a male. You weren't born with both. You weren't born with both genders. You may have had the mind of you may thought you had the mind of a woman, but you was clearly born a male. And God was preventing you from doing what you were doing. God was telling you that you're born a male, and that and that the reason why you have these thoughts is because you're allowing these thoughts to overtake you. That's why he was providing you a way of escape. That's why he sent someone like G-Man who was telling you that you shouldn't go on in these surgeries. You shouldn't change your body, because it just because you take away from what you truly are. It does not take away from this pain, this depression, this sadness that you have, because you look in the mirror and you look at yourself and you figure out, why do I still feel I have this man's face? Why do I still look in this mirror and I have this man's voice? You try to change yourself, but it does not change who you really are. You're still a man, but you're going against God's will. You're going against the nature that God has placed on this world. And that's why you're struggling to that's why you blame Christians, because when we point it out to you, you don't like that. You don't want to conform to God's word. That's why you don't like what Christians have been saying all along.
I don't like Christians have been saying, because they're calling me a pedophile and a rapist.
Well,
I
those
no
I would, yeah, those, yeah, I wouldn't say that those would be the right.
And that I should be put to death as well. Which,
yeah.
I don't know. Might be
that's
an
not
end of my misery and such, but the manner of it is another question.
Yeah, but that's different, because that has nothing to do with God's word.
That's Pastor Donnie Romero of Steadfast Baptist Church.
Okay. Like I said, it has nothing to do with God's word.
Really?
The thing is, Nadia, Jesus would never say that shit to you.
He would.
Pastor.
He would not. Jesus would never say that shit to you. He wouldn't, man. Come on, be honest.
That's a pastor. That's a man of God, isn't it?
That's a pastor, a human, a failed human. All humans are failed, okay? We're all fallen, all right? Every one of us. Pagan, Jew, Christian, atheist, doesn't fucking matter. We're all failed humans. We're fallible. We make mistakes, all right? But Jesus would never, ever call you those things, ever. In fact, if you read the actual scriptures, Jesus hung out with pagans, with atheists. He hung out with publicans, tax collectors. He hung out with the riffraff of his day. All right, that's who he hung out with.
Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how can you escape the damnation of hell? Ye are the children of your father the devil, and the lust of your father will you do.
Yes, he was referring to organized religion.
But who was? Yeah, that's because you're missing it, Nadia. When he was telling that, he was telling that to the Pharisees, who were basically, who were what you would call, I don't know the pastor, but so I'm not gonna. Yeah, I mean, based on what you said, yeah, that is jacked up. But like, for instance, he's basically the pastor, bishops, or all kinds of people of this day that say that they're Christians, but their lifestyle does not conform to the Word of God. For instance, there's no such thing.
Church in Texas.
Okay. You're still missing it. Does it conform to the Word of God?
Well, that's what a pastor's duty is to do, isn't it?
No. Because like I said, if you know the Word of God, you will know that that is wrong. What he said to you is wrong.
I am not the arbiter of your faith.
Huh?
I am not the arbiter of the doctrines and tenets of your faith.
I understand that, but at the same time, you cannot group Christians together. You cannot say, "Hey, this pastor did me wrong, therefore Christians are wrong," or therefore the doctrine is wrong. Because if you don't know the doctrine of Jesus Christ or the doctrine of the Gospels, you can't say that Christianity is wrong as a whole just because one person did wrong.
Is a pastor not a doctrinal authority?
Not if he's not doing what Jesus said, no.
Well,
for
who
instance,
is it to judge what Jesus said?
Jesus.
Those are the.
And as well as.
Those are the doctrinal authorities within your faith.
No, because the Bible says that you will know them by their fruits. Okay. For instance, if someone walked up to me and told me that he was a homosexual pastor, uh, if he called himself a Christian, he was a homosexual, I would say he's a liar. He's not a real Christian, based on what he told me. Okay, based on if someone says that I'm a pastor of this Christian church, but I steal from the poor, he's not a Christian.
So you claim the Episcopalians are not Christians?
No, I wouldn't claim that. I mean, because I don't know. The reason why I said that is because I don't know what they are. I don't know Episcopal. I don't know these like denominations, like what all of them believe in. I can tell you, I can tell you the Catholic.
Episcopalians have gay priests and trans bishops.
They follow the word of Jesus Christ.
So gay priests and trans bishops are against the word of Jesus Christ?
Yes.
According to whom? According to which doctrinal authority? According
to the gospel.
The Gospels are a matter of interpretation. Whose interpretation do I believe?
No, because you know this, Nadia, because you read Romans 1 like so much to where you can pretty much recite it by heart, even better than I to be. Know that you cannot serve two masters. You either love one or hate the other, or you're going to be loyal to one and despise the other. You can't serve both man oh my gosh,
Wealth.
and
Mammon.
riches.
Mammon. Wealth, yes.
You basically can't be Jesus, be with Jesus Christ and love your sin. You can't do that.
Is that so general? Well, doctrinal authority again.
No, it's not. It's not so general because it clearly speaks. It clearly speaks to how a bishop is supposed to be, because it I believe it's in the book of oh gosh, it's in one of the gospels, and it clearly explains the role of a bishop. The Bible clearly says that if
Where'd Matt go?
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
Welcome back, Mac.
Yeah, that made me mad. Sorry. My phone disconnected. Hate this thing.
Don't feel bad, dude. My main account, my Von Helton account, is having all kinds of problems this morning, man. Can't even approve my messages. My Google Hangouts freeze up. It's like, what the heck, man? I had to get on my Alderman account here just to get on a Google Hangout.
Shoot, I know I expect to get old and probably, be not able to function as I once was, but I don't expect. I wish technology wouldn't act the same way as me. But yeah, as I was saying, I believe it's in I know it's in the book of Acts where it talks about the role of a deacon, and in the role of a deacon, you have to be like a man of the people, and you have to be a man of God. You have to have you have to be a man of integrity. You basically got to stand up against sin. You have to be a man of one wife, or if you don't have a wife, at least not be a man who's lustful, who's seeking after who's like just basically seeking after one night stands. You need to be a man who stands for God and is able to not only help your leadership, help people in the congregation. So it tells it the Bible clearly tells the roles of bishops, the roles of deacons, pastors, teachers. It the standards that you need to live by uh, as the role that you're taking. So, for instance, these people who are Episcopalians, who are transgender priests or bishops or whatever, are not Christians. They are not people who follow Jesus Christ. They're not people who, because trust me, if Paul or James or any of the disciples were alive today and heard of this denomination, they will be the ones ripping their shirts off or their clothes, saying, "What in God's name are you doing to call yourself Christian and deny the power thereof?" Or basically just call yourself Christian and you're not even adhering to what Jesus clearly told you to do. So we the reason why you can't say that it's so general is because we Christians have a basis. The Bible is the basis of where we get our knowledge from of who's a Christian and who's not.
But Christ never uttered a word against homosexuality. Was Paul.
Say it again.
But Christ never uttered a word against homosexuality. That was Paul.
Yes, he did.
And for that matter, not a single sentence in the Bible goes against a transsexual. A transsexual? The concept didn't even exist in the ancient times.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
Miracles of modern medicine largely confined to Europe.
No. The reason why I'm saying that I wouldn't say that is because the fact of the matter is that it clearly tells you the type of group that those people fall in. For instance, one of the Pharisees approached Jesus and was asking him, what is the qualifications for divorce? And Jesus told him, "Do you not know that he who made them male and female?" So that's one strike against homosexuals. Okay. Even there's no way.
And that applies to transsexuals. How?
No, I haven't gotten to transsexuals yet.
Okay.
Now, transsexuals fall into what the Bible calls sodomites, and that's in 1 Corinthians 6:9 and 10, where it says, "Do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Neither fornicators, nor homosexuals, nor sodomites, nor thieves, nor drunkards, nor revelers," all kinds of, and it says like different various people. I believe in Galatians chapter 5 when it talks about the fruit of the fruit of the flesh. It also talks about homosexuals, but it also says that those who are sexually moral.
Yeah.
So
1 Corinthians 6:9.
Yeah.
Refers to homosexuals as arsenicoites and malchus. Arsenicoites being arsen coites. man bedding, and alludes to Leviticus, I think, chapter 18, verse 22. Now, where the words are used in close proximity in the Septuagint. Next, Malakos is just generally means soft, and
Yeah.
back in Koine Greek,
That's
it's expected to mean, effeminacy.
Yeah, but that's what they fall under, because what that means is that it's not because homosexuals was basically people who were sleeping with the same sex. Sodomites were people who were acting like the opposite sex. Those are what that's what I believe transsexuals fall under. Not only that, but sexual immorality. Because
I don't see how you managed to get the. I don't see how you made that connection. Can you explain that again for me?
No, actually, there is meaningful usage of sodomite. That actually refers to sodomites as the penetrators in homosexual relationships, and their counterparts were called catamites after Ganymede, one of the lovers of Zeus.
Interesting.
So basically, sodomites are just the tops in this relationship.
Right. Gay tops, gay bottoms.
Yeah, sodomites are the
sodomites are tops, catamites are bottoms.
Oh, well, yeah. But they're basically the ones that act like the opposite sex. They don't. They might not engage in sexual activity per se, but they're the ones who, in Nadia's case, think that they are of the opposite sex. If they're a man, they think that they are a woman. If they're a woman, they think that they are a man, or they act like one. That's a sodomite.
Hmm.
Well, that's part of it.
So, Mac, are you saying that it depends entirely on gender then? I'm sorry, on genitalia.
No. It depends on the mindset.
Right. So if you believe you're a woman, then you're a woman, correct?
If you were born a man and you believe you're a woman, then no.
What do you mean, born a man? If you are born and you believe that you are a woman throughout your entire life, are you a woman or not?
Okay, I just explained it to you. If you're born a man and you believe
But then, no,
that...
what I'm asking you how you are getting to that point. Are you saying it is entirely dependent on genitals?
Essentially, yes.
Yeah, well.
Right. Well, what do you do with okay, then how do you classify those with genetic defection? So, born with heavy estrogen and testosterone, or more commonly known as hermaphrodites.
Okay, are they born with both genitalia, or they just have that chemical imbalance that makes them think that they're a woman?
Well, you realize that all human embryos have the capacity to go either male or female, right?
Yeah, so what?
Right, okay, so when you're dealing with hermaphrodites, what you're essentially dealing with is an imbalance in the two chemicals that define or determine which particular set of genitalia they're going to go down. So, in this hypothetical, how are you dealing with those that are born with both sets?
Okay, to be honest, I mean, that is, I mean, that may be a genetic defect, but that doesn't take away that does not take away what God says that they're supposed to be. Because in a sense, I don't make the decision of what sex they're supposed to be. God does.
Well, right? Okay.
So,
well, in that respect, then, if you don't make the decision, how do you pass judgment then.
Okay.
What if, I'm sorry, I'm going to use Nadia, I hope you don't mind. I'll use Nadia as an example. So Nadia has the belief that she is female. And she is obviously altering her body as she can to correlate with those beliefs. Now, what if the birth of her, like her being born with male genitalia is a genetic defect, and her mindset is the correct one?
Okay, because two things. One, God made him. Two,
hang on, which part? Are you talking about, right, you're talking about the mental perceptions, the projections that we put out. So,
no, because here's the problem with that. Because Nadia was born a boy and had the mindset of a boy. The only time that he can recollect any of that mindset about being a girl is when he was 9 years old. Okay, so that means that whole time he cannot even remember when he had the mindset of a girl. So that goes to show that that mindset was placed there and that it kept resonating. Now don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Just because a person is able to have the defect of having both genitalia, it does not include Nadia's case here, because what Nadia was born, how Nadia was born into this world, was not a genetic defect. That was the genetic defect was her mindset. That was the genetic defect, because once Nadia started thinking he was a girl and kept on that mindset, didn't decide to change it, didn't decide to seek after God to see what to do about this mindset, that's what happened. He decided to think that I'm a girl and I'm remain a girl and I wanted to change myself. Not remain what nature is telling him, is screaming at him, telling him, you are a boy. That's why you have the voice of a man. That's why you have the face of a man. That's why you feel the way you feel, even though you're trying to change yourself, because no matter how much you try to escape, it will not help you, because you're changing the nature that God has made you to be. The genetic defect was not his genitalia. The defect was the mindset. If Nadia would have got out of that mindset of being a boy, of being a girl, his whole life would be totally different.
Oh, except that critical mindset is not some kind of matter of force and will. It is neurological structure.
No, because the reason why you can't use that, Nadia, is because the same people who are like you, who are transgender, who tried to change themselves to become the opposite sex, or gone halfway and just gotten stuck like that, homosexuals, lesbians, they tell you when they come to Christ, they've gotten out of that lifestyle. These people have been doing it for years. Okay, they've been doing it for years, and they get out of that lifestyle and they live a lifestyle of a heterosexual male, a heterosexual male, a heterosexual woman, or even if they're stuck in their transgender state and they can't get out of it, they still tell people, I am who I am. I may have this genitalia that I surgically put on my body, or I may look like this, but I'm a man because God has made me to be a man, and I'm gonna live the mindset of a man, the mindset of a woman, and they tell you this. They tell you this. You can look this up. You can look it up on YouTube, on different articles where people who are transgender, lesbian, gay, whatever, they tell you when they come into the life of God, their mindset changes, and so do they.
Amen. It's a good morning, Nadia. It's a battlefield of the mind that is going on. We have a warfare that's happening within our minds.
Yep.
Just because somebody thinks they're a drug addict, it doesn't mean they are a drug addict. Just because somebody thinks that they're a criminal or thinks that they are stupid, it does not make it so. This is the battlefield of the mind. The mind can convince us of many different things, and what's happening, and I know that there are some unbelievers, but what's happening is that the enemy has access to the mind, and that's his playground. The truth of the matter is this, is that the gentleman with the owl as his avatar, which I'm not very happy with your owl, that looks like the owl of Moloch, which if you understand what I'm talking about, you'll know why I don't like it.
I understand.
However, yeah, I know you do. However, the point that I'm trying to make is very simple. When you said you were talking about the hermaphrodite, you referred to the hermaphrodite as a he. When you were talking about the hermaphrodite, you'll have to go back and listen to yourself. That's my first question: is why would you refer to the hermaphrodite as a he? And do you know on a birth certificate of a hermaphrodite at birth what is placed on the birth certificate, whether it's male or female? It's a rhetorical question. I'll answer it for you. It's up to the doctor. The doctor decides when the child is born whether or not it's going to be male or female on the birth certificate. The problem is that 9 times out of 10 the doctors are wrong and the parents have to go back and change it. Here's the point that I'm going to make. I'm just going to sum it up very quickly. And I love Nadia with all my heart, and she knows I do. When you do not go to God for your discernment in personal issues and issues outside of the personal mind, when you use man's understanding or your own understanding, it is a flawed understanding. You have to go to God for this discernment, and God will direct you correctly. Everything that Bruce Lee, and not that I think he's Bruce Lee, but everything that the Bruce Lee gentleman was saying is absolutely correct. This is a mind issue. And until you get a hold of the fact that you are a spiritual being in a physical experience, and that spiritual part of who you are needs to be addressed. And you cannot address it in man's understanding and in the mind. You have to address it in the heart. You have to address it in the spiritual being. And that is through God.
Yep.
Well, if you're going to go as far as employment discriminating me out of all possibility of
not discrimination, not discrimination.
If you're going to employment discriminate me out of all possibility of being compared, then let me die.
No, that's not what we're saying. What I'm saying is that you have a real life issue, and it's a personal issue, but until you seek God's guidance, this world can't answer it for you, Nadia. I'm sorry. I know that you have sought answers within this world, but I promise you, Nadia, and I couldn't tell you this if I didn't absolutely love you with every fiber of my being, I think you are an amazing human being, and you are courageous, and you are lovely, and you are intelligent, and you are all the things that any human being would want in a friend. I think you're an amazing person. But you need to seek God for these answers, Nadia. This world has lied to you. And I am sorry to be the bearer of that particular message. But this world has not helped you. It has lied to you. You need to seek God, dear. And that would be my answer for you.
And you say that in a country like Canada, where Dr. Broussard operates under the auspices of CIMH to give people like myself at least one of the surgeries, one of the most costly of them.
See, Nadia, let me ask you this.
En masse.
Right.
Let me ask you this. Why do you think? Have you ever thought to actually, go to different look at different transgender testimonies and people who believe in Jesus Christ and wonder why why they
Yeah,
changed, why they
I've been in
became
bar
what.
butter with them before.
See, but so with that in mind, what did they seem like to you?
Um, probably weren't trans to begin with.
See, but you believe that, but even when they're telling you that they were and that they just no longer are, they no longer have that mindset anymore. Why do you believe that just they're just doing this elaborate ruse just to deceive you?
There's no elaborate ruse.
You ever tried Kickstarter, Nadia?
Kickstarter?
Or,
Yeah.
yeah, or an equivalent of.
Yeah. After a few years of sitting around with $0, seems to have been automatically removed.
Ah,
It's
okay.
not gonna help.
You work with Linux, don't you?
I used to.
You used
I never
to.
will again.
Why not?
No one will ever hire me to do it again.
Oh, what I was going to suggest doesn't require you to be hired. Why not get onto the app market?
The what?
The application software. So Google Market, etc., etc. Build yourself some really cheap apps and games and sell them off at 30p.
I'm not sure what specifics you were trying to highlight, but I tried user space in 2011 and I got rid of me too.
I'm talking about making your own product, essentially.
What?
Right. What end of software do you used to work with?
What?
When you were dealing with software, what end of the scale did you work at?
Mostly upper mid-range.
Oh, what, sorry?
Upper mid-range.
Right, okay. So you were close to operating system level.
I was implementing the operating system.
Right, okay. Well, just a suggestion. Like, if you've got the foreknowledge of basic coding, I'm sure you could make a few just a few applications to put on the Google Play Store.
It's not what you know, it's who you know.
I disagree in this sense. It's just like if you were to write a book and put it up on Amazon. Amazon don't care who you are, neither do Google. But it's just a suggestion.
It's all playing the lottery, except it costs a hell of a lot more than $1 into its time and effort and other resources to point to.
Fair enough.
And your mic is picking up a hell of a lot of noise.
Hang on a second. Bit better?
Much better.
Fantastic. Anyway, I'll mute now. I still don't understand Mac. Right. If you believe something in the Christian faith, so like in your worldview, so say you believe that Jesus Christ, let's not use something so like strong, but if you believe that you are a good person, for example, is that taken into consideration? Like, do you consider there to be any truth in the actual belief itself?
You're asking, is there any truth in Christianity, basically?
No. I'm asking you if there's any truth in your beliefs.
Yes.
So, right, okay. So, the idea that someone would believe they are a particular gender. Do you believe there's truth in that?
No.
Why not?
Because depending on that, well, actually, no, I take that back, because I was about to say something totally different. Anybody can believe that they are the opposite sex. Anybody can believe that they were born a homosexual. They can believe that they were born a lesbian. But it does not matter that belief when when one, God tells you otherwise, and two, nature also tells you otherwise. You were born, if you like, for instance, if you were born a male but you had the mindset that you're a girl, we as Christians would say that's an attack from the enemy who's trying to take your mind. Okay, the devil does things. Okay, Alex, that's what you guys don't. That's what you guys don't see. The devil attacks people all the time. Okay, a person can all of a sudden.
Mac, I'm having trouble hearing you. I don't know what that noise is, but Alex needs to mute because I can't hear a word you're saying. I just can't hear you. I don't know.
Sorry about that.
Okay, the devil attacks people all the time. Okay. He will attack your mind and make you think or believe in something that is not true. Okay? For instance, for instance, let's look at Job. Job was attacked by the enemy, was attacked by the devil, had everything stripped away from him, and Satan was ultimately trying to get Job to curse God before he died, basically. He even attacked the mindset of his wife, and his wife even told him, hey, curse God and die. And out of all the good that God had did for them, Satan already had his wife. So he tried to convince Job to curse God. But what did Job say? He said, if you speak like the foolish women do, if we can accept the good things of God, we can also accept the bad things. Satan will do things to make you believe into something that is not true. And that's the same case with Nadia. In my worldview, Nadia was clearly attacked by the enemy, and instead of doing what the Bible says to do, to stand against sin, to leave sin knocking at the door and not opening up to it, he decided to let sin in. He decided to let Satan consume his mind and think that he was a woman, instead of looking at the fact that he was a man.
To clarify for everyone, even though he's saying he's actually trying to refer to me.
Yeah, I noticed that. Right, okay. So you would then dismiss automatically any thoughts of the mind. So if you thought that you were a good person, that would be irrelevant.
I already know I'm not a good person. The Bible says none are good but God alone.
Right, so okay, you think that you are a sinner, then, yeah?
I was.
You're not anymore?
Perfectionist?
No.
You're a sinless perfectionist?
No, I'm not a sinless perfectionist. A sinless perfectionist are what the Gnostics believed in the Bible, where they said they had no sin at all. Like from birth all the way up to their adulthood, that even though they, in God's standards, they have sinned, they said that they have never sinned at all, and it was only the body that sinned, not the person itself. Like the soul is perfect, but the flesh is sinful I mean, the flesh is what's sinning, not the soul.
Okay, so you just said the flesh is what's sinning, not the soul, yeah?
No, I'm not saying that. That's what I believe. I'm saying that that's what's that's sinless perfectionism.
Right. Okay.
The reason why I say that I no longer sin anymore is because that's what Jesus clearly tells us to do in the scriptures. When he was talking to the woman who was caught in adultery, what did he tell her? He said, "Go and sin no more." Not some more, no more. And Jesus is clearly telling her something that she is capable of doing, as every man and woman and child on the planet. Now, the Bible says that all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. That means that, yeah, at some point in your life, you know, when you come into the age of accountability, you probably told that one lie or, you know, stole that candy bar or whatever. Yeah, okay, at that point, yeah, you sinned, okay. But that does not mean you still remain a sinner.
No, sorry, that's really confused me. Right, okay. What I'm trying to establish here is the value that you place on your thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you hold any value with your own thoughts then?
Of course.
Why?
Because God gives me my thoughts. God gives me the ability the ability to choose Him.
All right. Okay. So if God has given you the ability for thought, and I assume that you put this on Nadia as well, that means that God has given her the thoughts to be a woman, correct?
No.
What is it?
No.
No. Why not for her then?
Because the Bible says that God is not the author of confusion. He's not going to make Nadia, who was born a male, to go against his nature of trying to become a female. God has placed I don't know how many people in his life to tell him, do not do this to yourself. Do not do this. Do not do this to yourself because you are not a woman. You are a male. Nadia is the one who took the decision upon himself and changed himself into becoming a female.
Mac, do you understand the concept of an intersex person?
No.
You don't understand the concept. You should do some research on that concept.
Why should I?
Because many people are born with some indicators of masculinity and some indicators of femininity, including either both genitals or ambiguous genitals.
Okay, so what?
So you just claimed that God is not the author of confusion. Okay, thus saying in your mind that you believe it's impossible that someone could ever be born with female body but a male brain, or vice versa, and
yes,
yet
it is.
But it's not. So to you, it's not at all problematic or against God being the author of confusion that God would make people with some male and some female genitals, or with male indicators in some places and female indicators in others, or with various things. But the idea that God would make a male brain and a female body would make him the author of confusion.
Let me clear this up for you, because I can see that you're not using scripture for any of this. Okay.
Well, neither are you.
Yes, I am. I just said
no, you're not. You've
God
taken
is not the author of confusion.
Exactly.
That's
so you
no.
Stop. So you've taken this one verse. God is not the author of confusion. You've decided that means that God would not make someone with a male brain and female genitals. At the same time, though, we can see physically that God has in fact made people with genitals that are ambiguous, people with both sets of genitals, people with genitals of one gender but other indicators of another gender, and all of the like. So how is it that is not God being the author of confusion, but this would be?
Now wait a minute,
It's
Adam.
entirely
Now,
inconsistent.
wait a minute, Adam. Hold it, Adam. I gotta take an alt with you on that one because would it not be the fact that all of this gender bending and all this stuff that's going on would not be a result of the fact that we are fallen creatures?
I don't know if that's the case or not. I would say yes. I mean, I think.
All right. Well, then it's not God. So quit blaming God for something.
No,
that's
hold on
man
though, James. That doesn't change the fact, though. Okay, fine. It's fine that you say, okay, this isn't God's doing. This is someone else's doing. That doesn't change the fact that Mac is trying to use this scripture, God is the author of confusion, to deny that these people can even exist. And I'm saying that it is inconsistent. It is inconsistent to say that that scripture, God is not the author of confusion, means that such people can't exist when all of these other intersex things are obviously visible.
I'm gonna end this now. Romans 1. Okay. Romans 1. The unrighteous will not inherit. The kingdom of God. Okay. All these people. Okay. All these people who are homosexual, who were sodomites, who were doing all kinds of wrong. But what placed into their bodies? He placed them two things that they will know for sure, that is inescapable, that is creation, that they know God created the heavens and the earth. Two, they know that they have a conscience in their mind to where they know right from wrong. The fact is that there are people in the Romans who Paul was talking about were clearly homosexual, they were sodomites, they were thieves, they were doing all kinds of wrongs. But he said, such were some of you. That means these people had changed what? Their mindset. Their body may have changed, but it was the main thing that was changing was the mindset of them, because they were doing evil and now they were doing good. The same thing Nadia can do. If Nadia chose to do what was good in the eyes of God, he will not have that mindset. It's the same thing with a homosexual coming into Christ. It was the same thing with a lesbian coming into Christ. The same thing with transgender. Don't play these games, Adam, because you know that there are testimonies of people coming into Christ and telling you that I am in the eyes of God and I'm doing what God told me to do. And you know better than this, Adam. How you gonna sit here and say that I'm taking that out of context, that God is not the confusion? Clearly, the devil is attacking their mindset, and they're letting the devil do it.
Yeah. Again, Mac, the concern here, which you haven't addressed at all, is the existence of intersex people shows that it is not that the idea that because God is not the author of confusion, there will never be any ambiguity in sex is clearly false. Because in fact there is substantial ambiguity in sex. So
Right.
so now the issue comes. Since there is obvious and substantial ambiguity in sex among intersex persons, what is your basis for denying the existence of gender dysphoria? Gender dysphoria in this case being defined as a person who is born with a male body and a female brain, or a female body and a male brain.
Because God does not make mistakes.
God does not make mistakes. Are you saying that an intersex person is a mistake? Mac, are you saying that an intersex person is a mistake? That someone born with both male and female genitals is a mistake? Are you saying that is a mistake? It's not a mistake. So Mac, if someone who is born with both male and female genitals is not a mistake, then in what way is someone born with a male brain and a female body a mistake? How is one of those a mistake and not the other?
Okay, first off, it is not a mistake because their mindset can be changed. You know this.
Mac,
hold on. Stop, Adam. Stop, Adam.
I'm not finished.
I'm not finished.
Okay.
If a lesbian believes that they are attracted to a woman, it's not that they're supposed to be attracted to a woman. It's that they believe. Where does that belief come from? The mind. And what is that? Who is attacking the mind? Satan is. Okay? So just because a person has the male body but think they have a female brain has nothing to do with how God made them to be. If they seek after God, God tells them who they are supposed to be. God tells them, you are a Male, because I created you. I formed you with the hands of my own. You were a male. You were a female. God made you to be that way, and that's who you're supposed to be. You are escaping. You're not even giving me any fact to where God is saying that, oh, yeah, just because you're a female, you know, I'm a come on now. And you know that transgender, you know that people who have that mindset, that they have testimonies, that they have come to Christ, and that they no longer think of that anymore. Adam, why don't you just go to their testimonies and figure out why they don't think that anymore? Come on now. Use the Bible for once and stand on the Word of God and stop doing what Psalms 1 says. Because you're standing because you're just letting sin, you're just letting Nadia be okay with her sin, and that's wrong.
Okay, you finished?
Go ahead.
Thanks. So you didn't answer my question. My question is your claim, because your claim, and I want to make this clear, your claim is that you deny the possibility that what Nadia is saying is true, which is that she was born with a female brain and a male body. You deny that possibility on the basis that that would be God being the author of confusion, and yet...
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Don't misquote me.
Okay,
I said God is not the author of confusion. That is the scripture. God is not the author of confusion.
I'm aware of that, but again, Mac, the problem is you're interpreting that to mean that this sort of gender dysphoria is impossible. And what I'm saying is, in what way would that be God being the author of confusion? But when someone is born intersex, okay, that is not God being the author of confusion.
God,
what I'm saying is, I don't see either of those being in violation.
You keep misquoting that. God is not the author of confusion. Therefore, a male who is born a male but thinks that they are a female is an attack of the enemy. That is Satan attacking their mind. Oh my goodness! Why do I?
And therefore, therefore, a male who is born with female genitalia is continue.
After God.
Is that Satan's attack on the body? When a male is born with female genitals?
The body. If they seek after God, they figure out who they are.
So that, I mean, are you saying that's Satan's attack on the body then? In that case, that a male is born with female genitals, that's Satan's attack on the body?
That does happen.
That does happen.
Because for instance, God can form the baby, but because of someone's sinful choice, like for instance, smoking cigarettes, or having sex outside of marriage, and they're giving their baby AIDS. I mean, things like that. That is nowhere near God's will. But it happened because of people's choice in living in sin, and you know this.
Yeah, but living in sin aren't the only reasons these things happen, Mac. These conditions do in fact happen due to no fault of the parents, actually. And again, we have biblical support for that. God, in the case of the man born blind, they asked Jesus, Lord, which sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? And Jesus said neither. He was this happened for the glory of God. So
what did the blind man do though? What did the blind man do?
What do you mean? What did the blind man do?
What did he say unto God? Because God asked him, do you want to see? And he said, yes.
Yes, he did.
He sought after. There was a blind man who sought after Jesus Christ. Okay, Nadia didn't do the same thing. Nadia sought after her own fleshly desires.
Yeah, but the point is you can't just say that the only reason intersex people exist is because their parents sin. That's just not the case.
They seek after the flesh. They don't seek after God. Because again, genders, people who have the same mindset as Nadia, but seek after God first, do not come into the same conclusion as Nadia did. They don't do the same thing. And you know that. Their mindset is renewed. Their body is being changed because of what they actually are.
Yeah, we understand that's what you think, Mac, but what I'm telling you is
that's not what I think. That's biblically true.
No, it's not. The only argument that you seem to have is that because God is the author of confusion, you believe this particular mismatch is not possible. And yet, every other sort of mismatch you have to acknowledge is possible because it's physical. It seems like it seems like you're just wanting to deny this particular mismatch because it makes you uncomfortable. But there's no theological reason to deny it. There's no reason to believe that it would be against the laws of God for there to be for this sort of gender dysphoria to exist. Then it would be against the laws of God for a man to be born with female genitals, which again does happen, or a woman to be born with male genitals, or people to be born with both sets of genitals, right? And so we're left with two situations here, okay? Either you refuse to believe the substantial neurological evidence that men and women have different brains, that the brain of a man is different from the brain of a woman. Either you deny that, or you deny that God would ever
Yeah, there's a lot of clicks to put everybody back in the broadcast.
Yep.
Adam broke the internet.
Sorry about that.
It's Adam's fault.
I think we can all agree it's Adam's fault.
Oh, welcome back, Rojo.
Again.
Yeah. CAT scans, MRIs.
So I mean, there are two possibilities here, Mac, and I want to know which one it is. Okay, is it number one that you deny is it that you deny the evidence that men and women have different brains? Number one, or number two, do you deny the possibility that someone would ever be born with a brain that doesn't match their genitals or their body? Which of those two things is it? Do you at least accept that men and women have different brains? Do you at least accept that?
I accept that.
You accept that. Okay, now that you accept that, do you recognize the fact that we can do a brain scan on Nadia and that her brain shows up as female, not male? Do you understand that? Do you understand this is not just arbitrary, this is not just a decision she makes, okay? That this is actually something where we can scan, we can look at the resulting evidence, and we can see that her brain matches the female, not the male brain profile. Do you understand that?
Let me ask you.
Do you understand that or not? That's my question.
No, I'm gonna answer it with a question. Because
Okay.
You're getting something. It's amazing. Let me ask you this: Can we scan Jesus? Can we scan Jesus to see if he was God?
No.
Oh no, we can't do that.
We can't. No.
Oh, okay. Now,
I see here, among other things, because we only have one example, right? So I guess we could, if we had Jesus' brain today, and of course Jesus is ascended to heaven, he's not bodily on earth anymore. But if we had his brain today, maybe if we scanned it, we would find something that's different between him and all other humans. But even if we did, we would have a tough time because we only have one example. We would have a tough time saying, "Oh, that's the God part," right? I would expect if we were to scan the Lord's brain, it would probably look like any other male brain, and we would not be able to tell a difference. But even if we could probably not identify that difference as being, oh, that's because he's God. I don't think there would be any way to do that.
Okay. So you can't scan. So you can basically God's brain.
Well, God, I mean God.
Well, Jesus
God,
Christ.
you mean Jesus? Yeah. Remember, Jesus had an earthly body. Yahweh generally, the Father, did not. Although there were times that apparently he took a human form, like in dealing with Abraham and Sarah on at least one occasion. But usually that was not what he did. So yeah, and we have there's no biblical evidence that the Holy Spirit ever took human form. So we couldn't scan that either.
So
there's no brain involved there, right? You understand?
There's people born with 2 sets of DNA too.
But yeah, chimeras, sure, 2 or more.
Is it possible, okay, for the Holy Spirit to change a person's mind?
To change it, that's a good question. The way I would put it is, I think all true spiritual change comes through the guidance of the Holy Spirit, but I'm a strong belief that God has given human beings free will, and so what I would say is that the Holy Spirit doesn't change someone's mind so much as the Holy Spirit guides them to allow them to change.
Okay. Well, with that, I can't say I disagree with these. I can't say I agree or disagree.
Yeah, I think it's probably an open question. I mean, not something.
Okay, for the people, like for instance, and the people in Acts, who were gathered in the temple, and they were guided by the Holy Spirit, and they were speaking in tongues. Were they speaking?
Talk about it on the day of
were
Pentecost,
they not speaking a different language, but they came from?
Say what?
Again?
You're talking about on the day of Pentecost, right? The descending descending of the tongues of fire that whole time.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, what's the question?
Were they speaking the language, or were they? Were they? Yeah. Weren't they speaking the same language, but they were from different places?
Speaking the same language. I think they were speaking all different languages. Now hold on. Were they speaking all different languages, or were they just understood by everyone that was there? Let me look and see what the scripture says. Let's see. Yeah, it actually says they were filled with the Holy Spirit and began to speak with other tongues as the Spirit gave them utterance. I really think the implication there is that each of them was hearing the Spirit and saying whatever things the Spirit told them to say. Which were in various languages. I could also see it as because it says as the Spirit gave them utterance. That really implies that it's the Spirit, not them, that are deciding what they say.
See, but the interesting thing is that this is the Holy Spirit doing things to Jesus. The Holy Spirit led Jesus in the desert to be tempted by Satan.
Right.
The Spirit was in the temple, having people speak into different languages, or as well as being understood by people who didn't speak that language. The Holy Spirit was doing different things. Do you not think that he cannot change the mind of a person who believes that they are in a male body with a so-called female brain?
I believe, Mac. I believe God can do anything. But let me ask you this question: Do you believe that the Spirit could change the body, so that a female in a male body could become female? Could the Spirit do that, or not?
Say it again.
Could the Spirit change the body? Could the Holy Spirit change if there were a female brain in a male body? Could the Spirit change the body from male to female? I would say yes, wouldn't you?
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, God, the Spirit is God. The Spirit can do as it chooses.
But at the same time, it's in God to do so. For instance, in Nadia's case, Nadia was clearly born a boy. The only thing that needed to be changed was the mindset, because again, Nadia did not have the mindset that he claims he had until that he could possibly remember, like any far back than 9 years old. I mean, with that alone, that's clearly evidence that he was clearly a boy.
No,
Mac, I need to disagree with you on that. When you say Nadia was born a boy, I believe it's the mind that's the most important part. I think Nadia was born female with male genitalia. Okay.
Nadia was born with a female brain. Again, Mac, her brain has been scanned. The scan came back female. So
what? There's people who had body scans who have like stage 4 cancer, but wind up being healed from it, and you cannot even see a trace of the cancer in their body.
That's true, Mac. So what I'm saying, but Mac, are you denying that we can tell male or female with a brain scan? Are you denying that?
No, I'm denying. I'm telling you, you're denying the power of God. The fact is that Nadia had both the mindset of a boy and both the body of a boy.
No evidence that's ever the case, Mac. You don't have a scan to show you that. You can't say that.
I can't stand on the word of God and show you that is wrong.
No, you can't, because the word of God doesn't say that, Mac. Mac, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Mac. If it were 20 years ago and we didn't have this brain scan technology, you would deny to my face that it was possible to have the brain of a female instead of a male. It's only because we now have this evidence that you're even conceding this point. Now you're going to claim anytime we don't have a scan, it's however you think it should be. That's still going to be your claim. You're not paying any attention to the evidence, Mac. That's the problem. You're paying no attention to the evidence.
It is really funny because a few years ago, people who were homosexual, who people knew about it, just called them confused. They just called them confused among other things. But one of the things that was just very strikingly funny is that they called them confused. Why? Because they did not think like normal people do. They were going against the same sex, which if we scan their brains, he must have a female brain because he's attracted to males.
That's not what the homosexual scan shows.
Oh, okay. What does it show?
It does show some distinct brain characteristics. We can distinguish between a straight and a gay brain, but a gay brain is not a woman's brain. It's something in between.
Let me ask you something, Adam. Is every man and every woman born straight?
No.
Wow, you are lying through your teeth right now, sir.
No, I'm telling you what the medical evidence indicates.
The reason why
Mac, I'm telling you right now, Mac, that we can take a 1-month-old baby, scan their brain, and I can tell you what gender they are going to express attraction for when they are 15, 20 years old. It's not a choice, Mac. It's not something that happens due to formative experiences. It is, in fact, something in their brain. It's something that happens while they're in the uterus. Okay?
You are not a Christian, Adam. And I'm a flat out.
I knew that was coming.
Well done.
I don't know if
you are not a Christian, Adam.
Mac, I'm not going to say that you're not a Christian because you, like me, believe in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. But I am going to say that you're behaving very, very differently than Jesus would, and you're a terrible bigot and an ignorant, stupid person. Okay, but I'm not going to call you not a Christian.
Jesus Christ called people hypocrites, full of dead man's bone. Even John called them whitewashed tombs, snakes, you fruit of vipers. He called them all kinds of names. So
yeah, but he never called them not Jewish, did he, Mac?
Time out.
He called them. He said they were. He called them all sorts of things. He said they were hypocrites. He said they were a brood of vipers. He even said they were of his children Satan. But you know what he never did? He never said they weren't Jewish. Did he?
Which means
Mac?
what? Which means what?
It means you're an ignorant bigot, Mac. As I think I've shown pretty well in this hangout. Because from the beginning I've just tried to talk to you about the facts and the evidence.
No, here's the Bible. Little facts and evidence. Here's what the Bible says: that they were men with men, women sleeping with women, doing what is unseemly, what is unnatural, and the Bible says it's an abomination. They're going against what God does. He said, "Be fruitful and multiply." You know, homosexuals can't do that. You know, lesbians can't do that. It's not part of their DNA.
Sure, they can.
It's part of their nature. Okay.
Sure, they can. They can and do.
They clearly knew what they were supposed to do. But instead of doing it, instead of going into the power of God, they make God into their vain imaginations, doing what is not of God, and going their own way, doing their own thing, knowing that their conscience was testifying against them. You know this in Romans 1 and 2, and you're going to sit here and lie to my face and say you're a Christian, and going to say that that babies are born, babies who are male can be born gay? Are you kidding me? You're not a Christian if you're going to sit here and lie to my face like that. You're not a Christian if you're going to deny the power of God and say that these homosexuals are basically born that way. That's not true, and you know better than that, Adam.
Actually, Adam's the best Christian I've ever seen.
If that's because you approve
Thanks,
of
Adams. I appreciate it.
if you don't know what a Christian is, I don't expect much. I don't expect that to hold any weight at all. So
Adam is honest. Adam is honest, and he researches what he talks about.
Honest to all liars. So why should I believe that?
You're a bad Christian.
I don't. You can't judge. You can't judge whether Mac is a good or a bad Christian. Well, the fact that Mac comes on here and spews hateful things doesn't necessarily make him a bad Christian. I mean, I think his conduct. I think his conduct in the world will speak for itself. I mean, that's what the Bible says. We'll be held to. It'll be clear who we are from what our fruit is. So you can. I mean, that's the thing. We're here in a hangout, right? We hear what each other say. This isn't our. These aren't the way we act in our lives. These aren't the behavior. And the fact of the matter is, I could seem pretty sympathetic and reasonable on here, and be a real jerk to people in my real life, right? You really can't tell. So I would not seek to judge Mac as a person based on the fact that he acts like a hateful bigot in here, and an ignorant one, and a stupid one because he refuses to learn. But none of that means he's a bad Christian or a bad person. So I'm not willing to go that far.
You're a Christian, Adam. The reason why is because the Bible clearly tells you you're not.
Yeah, I am a Christian, and you're an ignorant bigot, and I don't really and I don't really care what you think about me, Mac, because you are an ignorant bigot. So I'm sorry. I mean that's the thing. You can spout your mantra. You're not a Christian. You're not a Christian. You're not a Christian all day long. I will continue to be a member of my church. I will continue to worship and lead services and do Bible study and pray all the time and raise my family in the church. And I will continue to give generously to charities and go on mission trips and do all the things I do. And the fact that you, because there's a doctrinal position you don't understand, you deny my Christianity, doesn't matter, because you are an ignorant and hateful bigot, and your misunderstanding doesn't matter to me. Thank you. Thank you, Mac. Appreciate it.
You show me in the Bible where it clearly shows that people are born gay.
Thanks, Mac. I appreciate your input, Matt. Thanks.
Well,
that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, man.
A Christian does not even use his Bible as authority. We're going to say I'm an ignorant bigot, which I don't even care.
Because you are an ignorant bigot, Mac. Thanks.
I appreciate that.
You are a stupid and ignorant bigot.
Show me that in the Word.
You are a stupid and ignorant bigot, Mac. Thanks. I'm now turning on the toolbox and reducing your volume to 0, so you can continue to say what you want. I'm not going to hear it. Does anyone else have anything else they'd like to talk to me about this morning?
That is pathetic, man.
Well, thank you for clarifying the, I guess, things to Mac. The neurological evidence is sometimes hard to get across from point of view of someone.
Yeah, there was this lady in California who had 3 daughters, or 3 children. I don't know exactly, two or three children, and the state did a blood test on her to make sure that these were her biological children, and it came back negative. And so the state took her children away and was like, these are my children. And they did some blood testing and found out there's 2 sets of DNA in her. Like her stomach might have been one kind, and then the liver took another.
Yes, well, she was a chimera. So what that means is that biologically speaking, there were twins. right, growing at some early stage of her embryonic development, and then well, I mean, because they and then the cell, so the cells combined and grew into different so so what happened was her ovaries were a different gene from what came out of her blood, a different genotype. Now, my problem with that, right, is that for anyone who is that sort of a chimera, and that's not ridiculously uncommon. I mean, it's rare, but not unheard of. They're going to have the genetic profile of their own brother or sister, right? They're going to have still have on average about half the genetics of half the genetics they should, and that would be the sibling. So why then, when the gene test was done, why didn't it come back as partial match, about the degree of relation of an aunt or uncle rather than a parent? Why didn't that amount of detail come back? Because it's not as though in doing the test they don't have the ability to say that.
I'm pretty sure there was a case in California too, Nadia. I'll check it out though.
Yeah, the case I remember, I believe, was a custodial dispute in Washington State, but I could be wrong about that. Anyway, but yeah, I know these cases have happened, and that's what I'm saying is rather than run a maternity, come up just negative and deny it, it should have been, the degree of kinship is not established to the mother only to about that of the 1 degree further removed, and based on that they should have thought, hey, this could be one of these chimera people, right? So yeah. She should not. The point is, the kid should not have come up as unrelated to her. They should have just come up as less closely related than a parent.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Yep.
Yeah, in my psychology class, we studied early childhood sexuality, and there are clear cases. They're all over the place. I mean, they're so easy to find and read about. A group of studies of children 5, 6 years old who display the characteristics of the opposite sex, and these children know nothing about gay or homosexuality. This is just who they are. Now, even when trying to change that by changing the environment and trying to force, like take a boy who displays female characteristics and try to encourage their male properties. It doesn't work. They will always gravitate towards what they feel is what's natural to them. It's not a learned response. It's not, and no one's going to tell me that some demon or some spiritual Satan is making a 5-year-old, be attracted or think that they're the opposite sex. I mean, it's just ridiculous, and anybody who says stuff like that, it just really infuriates me.
It shouldn't infuriate you. You should just seek to correct the ignorance. I'm never infuriated by people whose beliefs are different from mine. I am infuriated when I try to present them with evidence and they just refuse to listen. And the term I use for that, by the way, when people behave that way, is stupidity. So when I say someone is being stupid, I don't mean they're unintelligent or that they can't, that I think they can't comprehend, and I don't mean they're ignorant. So when I say someone is being stupid, what I mean is they are presented with information, ideas, or evidence, and they deliberately refuse to pay attention to it. They will not learn it. That's what I call stupid. So.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Oh, welcome back, Alex.
Thank you. Did I get kicked, or was it something on my end?
No, actually the server kicked everybody out.
Yeah, and I believe Brother John took your spot when we all came back on.
No, it's all good. I'm fine if I get kicked. It's just I'm worried about my technology buggering up. So.
I hope nobody felt I was too disrespectful to Mac. I was trying.
No.
Or to basically just self-mute him at the end there.
No, you tried as hard as you could. You know, you can only, I mean, you can only do so much. You can only hold somebody's hand so long, and then you got to let go.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I really do mean what I say, though. You can't take Mac's ignorance and bigotry to imply that he's like a bad person or a bad Christian. He just has these very strongly held ideas, and he's not willing to entertain anything that would call them into question. I mean, a lot of that's just simply true for a lot of people. Doesn't mean they're terrible people. And you know, if we push Mac on the subject, I'm sure he doesn't feel that he's being in any way hateful to Nadia. He sees Nadia as confused, and he acts according to what he understands. So you know, he's being stupid because he's not listening. But you know, you can't translate that into any sort of deeper judgment on the person. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
I agree, though. When people treat Nadia as disrespectfully as he was, though, it does definitely bother me.
Yeah, and I notice a lot of times people will shroud their bigotry in scripture or say, well, this is what God, you know, they'll use God to camouflage their bigotry, and I mean, I see that a lot.
Well, okay, but do be careful, all right? So I believe in traditional marriage. Okay, I believe that marriage should be between men and women, not men and men or women and women. Okay, that is what I believe. And I would be very hurt if you really thought I was just trying to camouflage some sort of bigotry with that belief, because there are plenty of, you know, I care deeply for the homosexuals in my life, and I don't hate them or think they're gross or terrible or anything for the way they are. So I would just caution you that just because someone holds an unpopular ideal does not necessarily mean that ideal is an excuse for some sort of underlying hatred. And I have been accused of just being, of just trying to cover up bigotry with these ideals. But no, these are just things I believe.
Why do you feel that way, Adam?
Because I understand marriage to be to have a spiritual component that is biblical, but also a social component that is designed to recognize a breeding couple. And so I don't, so basically to the extent that the purpose of marriage is to sanction a breeding and child rearing relationship, to recognize and simplify things like who's kid, and what sort of inheritance process we're going to follow, and those sort of issues, that I do see marriage as being necessarily needing to involve essentially a breeding pair.
So by that logic, you would not support a person who's infertile being married?
Well, what I would say is that the what's the way to put it? Because I hear what you're saying, but generally speaking, that's not going to be known when the marriage is sort of put together. From a traditional point of view, we actually would, after some number of years of lack of issue, the church actually would annul the marriage if no children resulted, right? I mean, that would have been the traditional approach to it.
People should get divorced if they can't have children?
Well, it's not a divorce; it's an annulment. There was never. I mean, if children aren't forthcoming, then there was never an actual marriage there. That's the implication, right? So that goes back to what it means to be married.
That's the traditional sense, isn't it? So moving on to the future.
Right, so moving into the modern context then, right? In the modern context, what we have then is we have a government-recognized partnership which I think it is so far removed from the traditional understanding of what a marriage is that we really ought to just not even refer to it by the same term anymore. And we ought to, my wife and I ought to be under the laws of our state, ought to be, in a domestic partnership. That ought to be how it's seen by the law, and that ought to be how the law recognizes and administers it. Because it's not administering it or recognizing it on the basis of any of the standards that traditionally would have applied to marriage. Okay, and I think the best example we can use on this is, let's go back to the Greeks and take a look at how things were for them, because the Greeks had an understanding of sanctioned homosexual relationships, but they also recognized that those were not marriage. Okay, and there wasn't any particular stigma associated with engaging in those relationships, but they also recognized that it was different from a breeding pair of a male and a female that adhere to a long-term household relationship in order to produce children. So much so that at one point there actually was a statute passed requiring men of a certain age to take a marriage partner, regardless of their sexual preferences, in order to produce more children. Them having a concern that there were too few citizens being produced in the city-state. So,
right,
yeah,
hang on
sorry.
a second. Just real quick then. So with the continual advancement of genetic modification, when we eventually reach the point where we are creating viable test tube babies, to put a slang on it, when we reach that point where we're creating life essentially from the base genetics from any given adult, does the concept of marriage, like the idea of marriage or the necessity for marriage, why does that matter at that point?
Yeah, I think at that point it may even become something close to obsolete. I mean, I still think there will be traditionalists who will say, well, we're going to do things the way that God established them. We're going to be, we're going to go back to your traditional breeding pairs. But there may just not be as much of that.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can talk about tradition and what happened in the Greeks and what happened in the Bible and all that, but it's today, okay? It's modern times. That's
fine. Stop confusing the language. Okay, stop co-opting the words that have very strong religious meanings to the majority of your population. Stop co-opting them to mean things they don't mean.
Well, right now the definition of marriage is two people get married. I mean, it's today in modern times. It's a civil union that is ordered by a judge.
Call it that.
Well, sure. I mean, if that's more, I mean, if that's a better pill to swallow, I mean, you can just call it a civil union because that's really all it is.
That's a much better pill to swallow. But there are plenty of gay activists out there whose interest is not in the rights but in the social acceptance, and so to them it's not okay to not call it a marriage.
So
they want it to be called a marriage because they want it to be wrong. They want it to be culturally wrong not to recognize it. That's what they want, and so that's why the terms need. That's why they need the term. And that's why they want the term, and I don't want them to have it.
Or it could just be that we're now a more evolved society that understands that two people love each other. They want to get married. What is the harm in that? Is I guess what I'm trying to like. If two men decide to go down to the church and have a church wedding, how does that hurt you?
Well, I think you're missing the point that Adam's trying to contest with. Adam seems to be contesting the notion of this classical marriage, and that the evolution of what it's progressed into now should no longer be classified as marriage. Although, Adam, I disagree with your the reasons why people are so insistent. I think it's merely because this idea of civil partnership isn't as common as the concept of marriage. And on a layman's sort of perspective, marriage is just this legal agreement between two people that love each other. So I don't think they're arguing for marriage.
Alex, go out onto an American street. Ask 100 people what marriage is. I would guess not more than 5 of them will the word legal appear in the definition.
Yeah, well, UK based, so I'm not going to mock America.
Well, I have something to say about it. This is Ermine. I've just been listening for a little bit. I believe that things happen through progress and over time. And if ultimately what you want is marriage and those additional human rights, I think you start off with things like civil union, because then it gets people easier. You kill off a generation of in the meantime, of people who are naysayers and can't get past it, and you wait until the scales tip a little bit more, and then you get the gay marriage, the official term. I don't know. For me, it's always made sense that the actual term marriage is between a woman and a man, but I'm not adverse to changing that definition. I just think it's an easier pill to swallow when it's not swallowed whole for a lot of people. So, I mean, that's how I've seen a lot of rights happen. They don't happen, and when they do, a big, free the slaves or things like this, you get some bigger challenges down the line. So I think it would just be better in terms of progression and getting people to buy in eventually, to do it one step at a time. And hopefully big steps, right? Not these little piddly things. Big steps.
Yeah, and as long as there's still a strong homosexual agenda to sort of oppose and attack religious organizations, I'm not ever going to accept it.
Adam, they just
wait.
You do realize it's not an agenda.
Yeah,
they just want to be considered real people.
No, Abs, they don't. That's not what it is. That's not what it's about.
I think that there are liberals in that.
I don't agree. Say what?
I would say that there are probably liberals in that group and extremists within the
extremists.
Quote unquote, the gay agenda.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
I think both of you guys have a point. Is all I'm saying.
My issue is, again, we see that gay marriage is made a thing in a state, and then the next thing we see is that things happen like, if you allow your kid into public school, then you can't have your kid opt out of being taught from a very young age that homosexual relationships are normal and acceptable, stuff like that. So it's an issue of, and then the next thing that happens is people who don't want to go and photograph a gay wedding are told by the courts that they actually legally have to do that. And then we have situations of people who don't want to print pamphlets supporting gay marriage are told that they actually have to print those. And then the next thing we're told is that groups that want to only have traditional homosexual or heterosexual marriage ceremonies can no longer even use public facilities to do those. So again, it's not, for me, it's never been about not letting anyone else do whatever the heck they want. It's about the fact that every time I've seen gay, the actual gay marriage be added to a state, the next thing that happens is attacking and infringing on the rights of private individuals and churches to disagree.
Adam,
that's my problem.
You absolutely know the law. Now, I don't agree with churches. To me, they're private institutions. But if you own a business and you service the public, that it's open to the public, you better make that cake. you better print those flyers.
No, I mean, that's ridiculous.
I have no issue with it because it's
that is absolutely ridiculous. Okay,
it is nothing different than what happened in the civil rights movement.
It's very different, Ermine.
No, it's not. When people said,
it absolutely is different.
We have to serve black people food at our counters.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Ermine, serving black people food and catering a black reception are two very different things.
They had to do it.
No, they did not. Traditionally, the laws protecting public accommodation did not require me to serve your private event. Okay, it does not require a black caterer to serve the KKK. Okay, it does not require. I mean, it requires. It does require if you are a black man that owns a diner and the KKK wants to come in and eat at your restaurant, you have to serve them food. But it does not require you to go and serve their event. It does not require you. Traditionally, the public accommodations laws is what we're talking about. I mean, the purpose of those laws is so that I can go anywhere in the United States, and regardless of my race, my class, my creed, my beliefs, regardless of all that, I can get a bite to eat, I can shop for clothes, I can get a room and a place to sleep. Okay, that's the purpose of the law. The purpose of the law is not to require that I can commission a painter to make a painting on any subject I want, and he has no right to say no. It's not to require. I mean, the purpose of the law is not to make every business person the purpose of the law is not to make every business person beholden to every customer. The purpose of the law is to require public accommodation, off the rack, immediate, here and done transactions to make
you guys ain't seen shit yet. You haven't seen shit yet. Wait till the Supreme Court declares sex illegal because it's a violation of women's privacy. Wait until they make sex illegal.
Oh, it's not going to happen.
You
don't, James. You obviously have not been reading the jurisprudence on the subject. Lawrence v. Texas, sex is in fact entirely protected under the Constitution. It's not something they can ever make it.
Watch the feminazis.
That's great, James. I'll take a look at the jurisprudence the way it's actually happening. Okay, and you go ahead with your conspiracy theories, and in 5 years we'll look again and see what's going on.
Call it a conspiracy theory if you want, brother, but they're already telling us. They're already telling us what kids we can have. They're already telling us when we can have them. They're already telling young women to not even marry anymore. And you telling me that I ain't right? Hell yes, I'm right. You watch. The feminazis will appeal the Supreme Court. They'll declare that sex is illegal because AIDS or privacy, and they'll get it fucking outlawed. You watch and see if it don't happen.
Oh,
yeah, we'll watch.
That's what I'm saying.
Take your medication today, James.
Adam, just because you say it with more fervor than I do, I don't know that it makes you right, because I think the laws have changed for those things, and I think progressively they should.
I don't agree.
If you are forced to serve a gay person at a diner, or you're forced to make a cake, I think it'd be better, I would love for the gay community to say these people will not serve the gay community. We have gay and lesbian yellow pages that kind of show the places that will support those. So it's little things like that. The reality of it is, if they start teaching that type of stuff in sex ed, there's nothing wrong with someone saying, you know what, my kid doesn't need to take sex ed.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, but on the again, I want to make it clear that the private businesses, as a general matter, should be able to associate and not associate with how they like. I agree with you, Armin, that when a service is open to the public, okay, and remember, this is what the principle of public accommodation is. When a business is open to the public, basically you're putting it out there and you're saying, you come in here, you have a bite to eat, you pay your bill. Okay, that's the public. Or I have these suits out here on the rack, you want to buy one, you come in and buy one. Okay, those things are that where basically it's we could call it it's an instant transaction, or it's an arm's length transaction. The identity of the person for that sort of transaction, or the nature of the event or whatnot, doesn't come into play in those things. But in a situation where you're asking someone to come and spend 4 hours of their life photographing an event, okay, because this is my favorite example, is the case in Arizona where they decided that it was necessary that a photographer photograph a commitment ceremony. That is not public accommodation. That is not a here and done off the rack relationship.
Okay? It's discrimination.
Yes, it's discrimination. Absolutely, it is. It is also discrimination when I decide that I won't photograph a Klan rally. That is discrimination. It absolutely is.
You can't equate Klan to the homosexual community. That is disingenuous. The Klan. No. Hold on. The Klan has been labeled a hate group. It's very well known that is a hate group.
It has been labeled a hate group. That doesn't mean that they're not legal.
Plan is beside the point. That you keep going back to these transactions. If your business is by nature one that does not have a storefront, then that is an open transaction, or whatever the term that you're using for it. So it doesn't make it right that one business is open to the public and you go in there and sit down, and another is open to the public and they come to you. That's not a good argument.
No, it actually makes a big difference because again, but the main thing you're missing is you're missing the whole purpose. Have you actually read the Supreme Court decision upholding the Civil Rights Act of 1964?
It's been so many years, with all due respect, that I couldn't remember a single thing it said.
Remember, Congress passed this law, and Congress has no authority to pass laws on things like, it's not in their enumerated powers to care about things like discrimination. What Congress has the ability to pass a law about is interstate commerce. Mm-hmm. So what was the Civil Rights Act in 1964 about? Okay, well, according to the Supreme Court, the reason that act is within the power of Congress to even pass is because it's about people who are traveling from one state to another being able to get the sort of standard, normal, public, off-the-shelf services that they get when they see a sign that says "Diner open all night," or they see a sign that says, "Suits for sale 30% off." Okay, it is very much about having a business that is understood to be accommodating to a standard, normal public consumer.
Right.
And it is, and the courts have recognized that that's different from.
Okay. The difference is that somebody can make the argument that they have the right to tax, right? That I'm just making this up. That the government has the right to tax, and anybody who has a public company will take on an additional tax if they don't serve all human beings.
Yeah, that they could probably do. I could see the constitutionality of that. That'd probably fly.
And that's my whole thing. I don't really care ultimately what you have to do. I just care about the solution. What would the argument have to be that it could fly? And most businesses, there's still some who will just pay the tax. I'm not going to serve gays. Fine, 2%, 3%, 4%.
Well, but the worst thing about this, in my mind, is that in fact the courts were wrong. Okay, for the business that didn't want to go photograph the commitment ceremony, they had openly and happily taken pictures of the lesbian couple in question in the past. Okay, they had no issue serving gays. They had an issue taking pictures of a ceremony that they disagree with. It wasn't the individuals at all. It was the nature of the event. And that's what upsets me so much. It really was like the Klan situation. Okay, you could say you could go to I mean, it's in my mind it is really very much exactly like you have Klansmen. Okay, they've gone in before with their white hoods and the black photographer has taken their picture. And that was fine. And then the Klansmen say, okay, now we want you to come photograph our rally.
Okay.
And the black guy says, no, I disagree with your event. I'm not going to do that. And they say, you're not serving white people.
I think
that's exactly what this is.
The argument for the black person in that situation, or a gay man who was asked to serve a KKK rally, or Jewish or anything else could be that I was in fear for my life. And that's
Yeah,
a
well,
good, that's a
yeah,
good
I mean, and that argument wouldn't fly with the court. The court would say there's no evidence. I mean, and would in fact in this case, if that came up, would say there's no evidence that your life was in danger. The Klan has been having the same rally in the same location for 5 years now and has never done anything violent or against the law.
On historic basis.
Yeah, I have to admit, I have to agree with Ramin on that one. Historically, the Klan have lynched black people, so that's why I say that's not a good equation. That's not.
I'm telling you, it works, and the argument is about the same. I mean, you guys seem to be under the impression that the government's not going to let the Klan do stuff in the U.S., and that's simply not the case. Klan is the Imperial Knights of the Ku Klux Klan is a recognized and entirely legal group in the U.S.
I
now.
think a better example would be a hate group against gays.
Yeah, it's recognized as a hate group.
Let's say the West Barrow Baptist Church wanted a gay person to film their rally. Let's say that would be to me something that's more apples to apples.
Yeah.
And if you had to force a gay or an establishment to do it, that would be fine with me. I'd be totally.
And I think I think at the end of the day, that's the difference. Is I think they should not be forced. I think it is wrong to put people of conscience in a situation where for them to have a business at all, they have to go against their conscience in a very real way. And by the way, serving a sandwich to someone whose lifestyle you disagree with is very different than making them a banner or printing out or designing and printing out their pamphlets for their organization. One is just, I mean, a sandwich is a sandwich, but once you get to the point where basically someone is using your creativity for their event, it is meaningfully different.
Yeah, we can agree to disagree, I guess, but I'm like, get moving. Bake that cake is what I say. That's going to be my black.
And I disagree.
Bake that cake.
And I just disagree.
Take that pick. Take that pick. I can just make a little bit of a joke about it.
Let them eat cake.
Yeah, right. Let them eat cake.
So Adam, you would there would never be a situation where you would support Nadia getting married to a man.
Nadia is a woman. I have no issue with her getting married to a man. I would not support her getting married to a woman.
Yeah, or she. Nah.
But she's allowed to marry one person.
Well,
so you're
not listening for over an hour where I explained to Mac why it is I believe that Nadia is a woman, not a man. I mean, was this not clear?
No. That's not the point. The point is you're dictating to her who she can or cannot marry.
No, I'm not dictating to her who she can and cannot marry.
Being in support is completely different than.
True. Okay, you're right.
I would not support Nadia worshiping any god other than Yahweh either. Okay, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to stop her. It would be wrong for me to stop her. Now, on the other hand, if you tried to tell me that I have some legal responsibility to attend and participate in her worship of a god other than Yahweh, then I'm not going to do it. Heck, I'll violate the law and I'll pick up a weapon on this one if I have to.
Yeah, but see here,
I will absolutely pick up a weapon and blow your head off before you will force me to worship a god other than Yahweh. But
see, Adam, here's the problem, though. You're not You're not dictating to Nadia who she can or cannot marry, but you're not supporting her right to marry whoever she wants.
That's right.
That's fine if you're just Adam. That's just sitting here in the hangout. But let's say, Adam, you start running for politics. You get into the political arena.
Running for office.
Now you can choose to enact policy or withhold policy that would affect her personal choice.
No, there's no way for me to enact any policy that can affect a personal choice.
Well, your
There's
vote.
absolutely nothing. There's absolutely nothing. Praise God, we're in the sort of country we're in. There is absolutely nothing I can do. Okay, no way for me to stop Nadia from having any sort of marriage ceremony she wants to have, and that's exactly
You're
the way
saying
it should be.
there's no way that a politician can put forth laws or put laws or
That will stop her from having a marriage ceremony? Absolutely not. There's no way.
Not yet.
Not in
Not
this
yet, but give
country.
them time.
Okay.
Not yet, but give them time. They'll figure out a way. Give them time.
No.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
And that's
so-
exactly the way it should be. If there were a way.
No, I've got to stop. Adam, I have to stop you because if you can't see that our rights are slowly being eroded away by this so-called administration we have in the White House and in Congress right now, then I'm sorry, sir, you are blind because
Can you give
they're
me a
slowly
specific
stripping
example?
away our rights little by little.
Can you
There's
give
even
me
a
a
term
specific
for it. It's called
example?
death by salvation. Can I
Can you give me a specific example?
Yes, I can. I, as a pagan, if I want to have a Samhain ceremony in a public park, guess what? I'll be barred from doing so.
On what basis?
It's a violation of separation in church and state, which isn't even in the damn Constitution.
Hold on. No, you would not. What? Explain why you think you cannot have a Samhain celebration in public. You absolutely can. By the way, you'd think someone who's a pagan would know how to pronounce Samhain.
This has already been hashed out in the courts. No, I cannot. No, I
Yes, you
cannot.
can.
It's violent. No, sir, I
doesn't.
cannot. Public parks.
Yes, you
No, sir. Public parks are government-owned property, and it would be called a separation. It would be a separation of church and state. I cannot do it. I cannot do it.
James, you're wrong.
And if I even though I want to do
You're
it, I
wrong.
cannot do it.
There are public, there are pagan and other religious ceremonies that take place in public parks all the time.
Well, I haven't heard of any happening.
They do it by name when they have their special festivals here. I have a pagan group right a couple miles away, and they do have ceremonies.
I'm not saying you can't have a ceremony. What I'm saying is you can't use government property to do so. That's
Yes,
all
you
I'm
can.
saying.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. It happens all the time.
I don't know about that.
Apparently, your knowledge of this is about as good as it is on the issue of Lawrence v. Texas. And,
What do you mean by government property? I mean, do you mean a park or do you mean a military base?
Why shouldn't you be able to use government property to have a civil union or marriage between the same sex? I don't understand why you can't use government property.
Like I said, they keep bringing up the separation of church and state, which isn't even in the Constitution. They say the government cannot be involved in any religious activity. That's what they say.
that's not what it says.
Heterosexuals shouldn't be able to rent the public space. Then is what you're saying.
Yeah, it actually. Here's an example. Since you wanted an example, here's a 2009 Egyptian summer solstice celebration at White Rock Park, which is a public park in the United States. And if I were able to find this so quickly, I'm sure anyone else could find it. We could easily find 1,000 others. Okay, so the very idea. So hey Nadia, I'm sorry, but even I would have to cap you at about 100,000 men.
Okay. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit.
And here's my thing. You know, Nadia, from a legal point of view, you can have however many men you want as long as you don't try making one of them me. That's the only rule.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, then, for that, why are we only allowed to marry one person? Why can't we be able to?
The answer to that question is historical. In the modern context, the reason we're limited, the practical reason we're limited to one spouse is that anything more than that is very complicated. The laws aren't set up to deal with it. Okay, so here's the thing. It's one thing to say. It's one thing to open up the legal relationship of marriage, right? The legal. The various legal aspects, and to open that up to two individuals who are the same gender rather than opposite genders. That requires almost no change or modification to the various laws. But if you then throw in a third person, There are tons of problems. There are problems with inheritance and spousal share. There are problems with with dissolution. There are problems. I mean, let's. I mean, as a very simple example, let's say that you and your two wives all are in a legally recognized relationship, and then one of those wives decides to depart the relationship, but the other two of you want to stay together. Okay, how does that work? Does that person get a third of the property? What's and the other two get the other thirds? Are any agreement? You know, if the three of you as a relationship had any businesses or were considered the resident of a certain thing, do agreements recognize made with your marriage in mind still apply to the relationship of the two of you, or do they go away? How does that all work? It's rather complicated. So that I think is the main reason that that's not a thing yet. But what has happened in a lot of places is they've decriminalized de facto polygamy. All right, so it's still the case that you can only have up to one person who you have a legal marriage to, but you can, that there's nothing stopping you from living and having kids with the others. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I frozen again?
No.
Okay.
There's a...
My Von Help account does that, but hopefully my James account does not. But that got really aggravating, man. Every time I join a hangout, it froze up. What the hell? The James account.
So here's by the way, here's a description of an event in 2012 that included the pagan ritual. Just to give another example. James's idea that religious groups can't worship on public grounds is just wrong.
Well, I did research on it. Okay, they had to obtain special permits, they had to pay special fees, and then they were finally allowed to do it.
There you go, James. That is the way it works.
But that still does not mean some atheist could have come along and bitched about it in court and got them removed. He could have.
No, they could not have. Nope.
Yeah.
Wrong.
No, but they could take an
religious
year-old cross out in the middle of the desert. Wait a minute. There was a cross out in the middle of the Navajo desert. Been out there since 1940. And some atheists saw it from thousands of miles away on the road, bitched about it in court, and got it removed. So don't tell me they can't.
James, that's right. That they can do. Okay. So now we need to talk about the difference between a religious service on public land and a public-owned religious symbol erected permanently in a location. Okay. You're right, James. In that case, they can potentially come along and say, hey, this is wrong and we can remove this. And the reason why, James, is because that symbol being owned by the public and staying on public land is considered to be government endorsement of a religion. Okay? In other words, it is very different for me to allow a group to temporarily have a religious display on government land. It is a very different thing if I permanently set a statue dedicated to Satan up, in my courtroom, right? So if I as a judge decide I'm gonna have Satan up here, and just have an altar for him and just and all that. If I did that, then someone could rightfully come in and say, wait a minute, are you as a judge, as a judge that has power over me in this courtroom, are you saying that Satan has power over me in this courtroom? Because if so, that's there you go, the Baphomet statue. Yeah. So that that in that case, somebody can come and say this violates the separation of church and state, because the separation of church and state is about not allowing government to endorse a religion. That's why, for instance, student groups can pray in school, but a principal or teacher cannot lead students in prayer at school. Okay? It's a difference between free exercise or the ability of the authorities to endorse it. That's the difference.
Yeah, well, first of all, there is no separation of church and state in the Constitution. I dare you to find it. Second of all,
James, it's in the First Amendment. Thank you. Keep going away.
When George Washington led Continental Congress in prayer, which was one of the very first things he did, I guess that was separation of church and state too, then, right? You know, I mean, this is so fucking retarded. It is so retarded. It is so retarded. There is no separation of church and state.
James, here's the thing, James. You've completely. Are you conceding the argument you were making before or not?
I'm conceding the fact that that separation of church and state is bullshit. It was started by a bunch of fucking
are you conceding the argument?
Who came over here in 1933.
Are you conceding or ignoring the argument? Are you conceding or ignoring the argument?
But I'm going
Which are you?
Because we need to back up.
Yeah, because I've noticed you seem to no longer be interested in putting forward your mistaken ideas about what separation of church and state means. Now you're just attacking the idea. James, do you concede the point or not?
No, because there is no separation of church and state in the Constitution.
So you hold on, James. That's not what we were talking about, James.
No. The separation of church and state is mentioned in a note by Jefferson, but Jefferson's notes are not the Constitution, are they?
We just spent a considerable amount of time talking about the things that we just spent a considerable amount of time talking about what the separation of church and state does and doesn't mean, and you were in error on that. So do you recognize your error or not?
I recognize the error as you perceive it. But the founding fathers did not actually want no separation of church and state in this country.
Okay, James, but do you at least now understand? Do you at least now understand what the modern understanding of the First Amendment does and doesn't prevent, and that you were wrong before about the things it does and doesn't prevent?
Let's say it correctly. The corrupt understanding.
The correct understanding. Correct.
No, it is not correct, sir.
It is.
The founding fathers never wanted people to be thrown in jail for praying on a sidewalk. Okay,
James,
I'm sorry.
People are not thrown in jail for praying on the sidewalk. You're wrong again.
There were Christians that were praying on the sidewalk. They were thrown in jail, sir. Look it up. They weren't so.
No.
The founding fathers never wanted it.
No, James, you're wrong again.
The founding fathers never wanted that. The founding fathers never wanted that. That was not the intent.
Now you're saying founding fathers. Now you're saying founding fathers.
That's right.
Ignoring.
James, just a minute ago. What the founding fathers wanted to do, if you'll let me get it out, what the founding fathers wanted to do is they wanted to prevent a megalithic church like the Church of England or the Church of Rome. That's all they were trying to prevent. They did not want Christians or Jews or pagans to be arrested on the damn sidewalk for praying. They did not want them to be arrested for having public mass or a public coven festival or whatever.
Those things
they did not want that. They were not,
those things are still allowed.
That was not. Yeah.
You're welcome to say that you disagree. You're welcome to say that you disagree with separation of church and state the way it's enforced today, but that's very different from your incorrect ideas about how it's enforced today.
Well, there's a separate thing, which oh my gosh, sorry guys, it doesn't literally say separation of church and state. It actually says, and I just pulled it up, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right to the people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. So it's basically something that protects religious institutions from, or people to have their own religious beliefs, and that there is no established religion in our country. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, all this was to prevent what happened in England when the monarchy set up the Church of England. This was when